He took my son's childhood away. He took the man he could have been away. He was a pedophile. The word says it all, pedophile.
I think they thought they were doing the right thing, and he's the biggest star, and I'm gonna help your son. Your son's amazing, and I'm gonna be there for him. It's all a big seduction. So do I blame them? I'm still working on it.
the champion, and she's sucking hard. Let's get it on. Come on.
All right, and with the words of Mills Lane, we're ready. I don't know about you folks, but here there's no doubt. There is electricity in the crowd. I get goosebumps. On the line, the WBC Heavyweight Championship of the world. Mike Tyson has trained his whole life for this. His whole life has been for this night. But Trevor wants to prove that he's one of the great champions. Let's see how long his reign lasts. Tyson goes to work right away, and he gets right for trouble, and he's down. He'll have to take the standing 8 count as he steps right up the count of 4 and 5 and 6 and 7. Look at that combination. And Trevor ready to go, but he stays on his feet. Another right hand clutch it up. He can't take shots like this very long. Wow, right hand is fine. Tyson to win. Again, he against Tyson again. He knows he can hurt at any time. Left the right hand out of the foot. Trevor's ready to go again. Tyson knows that he can score at will now. He's in total command of this fight right now. We're only in round 2, and the heavyweight champ already reeling is Trevor Berger. It's just a matter of time before Mike gets the clean shot. And he goes to body down his head. With the right hand. Up there, 20 years old, Mike Tyson on his way to becoming one of the youngest heavyweight champions of all time. Bangs the fight bar. Got his Tyson. Hits him with the right left hook. He goes down. He goes down. He should be able to get up from this. His legs maybe should they? As Trevor Berger falls back in over. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue. He's got the heart. But his body won't let him do what his mind wants to. And he's counted out. And we score at the knockout. Mills Lane counted him out to 10. It's all over. We get a brand new heavyweight champion of the world, Mike Tyson. He's reigned for a long, long time.
First question we ask is, who am I? First question we ask, language, who am I? Makeup of the mind, multiple voices fighting each other. Makeup of the mind, madness, chaos. Who am I? The champion of the world. Voices fighting each other. Madness, chaos. Right. My early emotions in my life, I can remember being in the hospital. I was really sick. I don't know what was wrong. Maybe it's because of my lungs, but I have a lung problem. That's why all my fights, thank God my fights didn't have to last long, because I never even breathed good. And my mother and her friend, probably around 8 of them, and my brother and my sister, and they were all around, sitting around the hospital bed. My mother, I believe, was living with my father at the time. It might have been who I believed to be my father. I was told then something was going on. I believe after I was born, times had gotten rough. My father started having altercations, and she left, and I guess the load was too much for her to carry, so we moved into a different neighborhood, which was the Granville section of Brooklyn. And being was familiar with that neighborhood, it was just very horrific, very tough, very gruesome kind of place, you know, kill to be killed. We would go to school, and you pick on us. We come in the building, go home, and these guys would pull out guns and try to rob us. No, actually, they did rob us for whatever little quarters of change we did have. I can remember going to school and being bullied and people taking my glasses and putting them in the trunk of a milk cart. I've never had any kind of physical altercation with anybody that took out my life. I couldn't believe that him even do that. I never dreamed of somebody, an absolute stranger, to do that to me. I didn't know why. So, wow. I just ran. I didn't know what happened. I just ran. And I think that's why people like myself become more assertive in life, become more aggressive, become more outgoing in life, because they fear that they don't want that to happen to them no more. They don't want to be humiliated in that particular fashion anymore. And that's why I believe I'm the person that I am. People have a misconception that I'm something else. I'm just personality because of being treated that way again. By being physically humiliated in the streets. And I just wish I knew how to fight back. I didn't know how to fight. But else I did know I was afraid to fight. I was afraid. I was so afraid. I like pigeons. I took a lot of my money, got stolen. I bought some pigeons. And I used to fly pigeons all the time.
And Monday, these guys come over, I had my pig. The guy still trying to steal my pig. I was trying to take off. No, give my bird. And the guy said, you want your bird back? And he just took the bird and popped in there. So that's the first time I got a fight. And I won. And once I won the fight, I thought the fight I won. The guy won. I was proud. I won. I was wild, flaring wild, overhand rights like a brawl up, and I beat the guy up. And everybody wanted to be my friend now. People ain't bothering me as much. I can come in and they can bring my jewelry and my pretty looking clothes and stuff. My people bother me. And then around the summer of 76, going into 77, I happened to meet these guys. I went to a roller skate. These guys were interesting looking guys. They were my age, but they dressed like me and they had trench coats. They had they were well dressed. They had the alligator sneakers. They had Pierre Cardin suits. I was like, these guys are like 2 years older than me. They were driving a moped inside that girl. Wow, they just kids are rich. These guys are wealthy and rich. Right? I never knew these guys were criminals and everything. I was like, wow, this is cool. I saw a friend of mine that knew these guys. I said, yo, man, who these guys? Man, these guys are fly. These guys are nothing. These guys are cool. They're what's going on. They said, nah, this is on the road, so these guys get money. I said, what you mean? They make money. They're hustling. And I said, really? And then I got to know these guys, and these guys were, they were breaking houses. And I was younger than them, but they were like 13, 14, but I was big, because I was always fat. I was a fat kid. They were the marijuana and the cocaine spot for the girl. It worked like this. We would knock on the door and we would put a $5 bill or a $10 bill or whatever the money or the price of the product was. We would put it through the door and they would give us our drugs. We would send somebody to the door that knew them. And they would open the door. The guy would come in and we would come in behind them with our guns and we would rob them. I would go in the pocket because I was the shortest guy, so the smallest. So I would always go in the pocket of the guy. And some of those case, some of my friends that got caught. Some of the people that put them in the house, they get so funny, and some of them got killed. Some of the people, if they catch you in the house, it's going to be a pretty story. Some of them went to jail, some of them got killed, and some of them got beat up badly. And a lot of my friends are that time. Right now, a lot of my friends are dead. And I grew up, I was in jail for the rest of their life. I was really strong. I was dope somewhere. On my head. Very few of them are still functioning. Adults right now. But at that stage in my life, it was just exciting. It was like it could never end.
Man, your world is so vastly different. You could never understand the action, the excitement of it all. I mean, the cunningness, be able to outsmart them. It was a big thrill. Not just to go out there and beat the guy up and slam on the ground and take his wallet, but outsmart them, out-time them, out-think them. Even though they know that you're a crook. When you're on the bus, when you're walking in to a check cashing place at the grocery store, they know to watch you and you still outsmart them. Most people would think, well, she knows what she's going to, I'm going to walk away. Just still watch what they think you know, and then they make one mistake. Outsmart them, they have their wallet.
I got arrested one day. There was a gentleman that lived in the Breakfast Stuyvesant section of Brooklyn that I knew him. He had did something to this woman, prostitute, and snatched the bag or something, and I was talking to her. She knew it was him, but she thought I did it because I was with him. She took my hot chocolate and poured it right in my face. As soon as she did that, the cop grabbed me and threw me in the car, and I had all my skin fell off my face. And I had nothing to do. It's not that I was angry or anything. I had already had money in my pocket, so when they went in my pocket and checked my pocket, I had $1,500. I'm 12 years old with $1,500 in my pocket. There was no way I could claim the money, so I went straight to Sparkle Juvenile Center. And at Sparkle Juvenile Center, I was nervous, I was scared. It was the first time I was ever arrested, and I was 12 years old. So I went there for all my friends that I hadn't seen in years. They were here, they were locked in here. And it was like being away from home. It was like a class reunion. Guys I haven't seen in months, and I saw them there, and then it was no longer intimidating. And I started going in often basis. Probably twice a month, once a month, 3 times a year, and eventually they sent me upstate. I went to Triumph Detention for Boys upstate New York. I met a gentleman by the name of Bobby Stewart. His name was Irish Bobby Stewart that he fought under. I was the guy on Saturdays or Fridays to go box with him. Relieve tension. Yeah, he was guys would come over knocked. But these guys we just go over there to get the hell beat out of them. Just to get some tension, just to relieve some tension. So I went over there. I wanted to box him. He hit me in the stomach. I never felt the feeling. I died. He ran the stage like I went down. I knew I was gonna beat this little white man. No way he was gonna be. I thought it was a tough man. He hit me in the soul like I never felt. I just went down. I jumped back up. The show was tough. But I couldn't feel anything. My whole blood sugar, everything stopped. I couldn't talk. I couldn't breathe. I don't know what the hell happened. He told me to walk around, walk around. I tried to show I was tough. He knew I was hurt. So he said, walk it off, walk it off. So I walked around. And after we finished boxing, I said, can you teach me some more of that, sir? And he told me, you don't want to learn. You don't want to learn. And he said, everybody said they want to learn. So I had to continue to prove to him that I wanted to learn. Conducted my behavior well. I became nice. I became a junior. And eventually my grades got better. And they started teaching me how to box. And once they started teaching me how to box, he realized I was getting close to go back to Brooklyn. I don't want you to go back to Brooklyn because you'll get in trouble and get killed or go to jail. I want you to go to this man, this guy can take you to the next level. And at that time, I was probably 1980, I'm a custom model.
Let us screw punch when you get inside. Screw punch when you're doing the arm.
I didn't trust him because I didn't trust anybody. Bobby Stewart at that particular time. And it was like he was transferring me over to another person. I didn't trust anybody but him. He was like leading me to this guy. What the heck is going on here? And I didn't understand it, but he said, just trust this man. Trust this man.
I don't trust anybody in general. I don't like people to know me and all. And I just recently trusted him. Same like I trust him, I guess he trusts me. And he trusted me a lot. But nobody really knows Mike Tyson. Nobody really friendly with Mike Tyson. Why? Except Custom Model.
Custom Model he watched me for like, he didn't let me box, he was just talking to me for like 2 or 3 weeks about fighting and the psychology of fighting. And what fighting was truly about. Fighting wasn't nothing physical, it was all spiritual. And he was saying, if you don't have the spiritual warrior in you, you'll never be, because I don't care how big or strong you are. He explained that to me.
The mind is not in your way. The mind is not in your way. Something distracting you.
As time was going on, this guy he kept saying he kept saying great things about it. So hey, I didn't know this guy was great. He just kept saying great things. He said, you're a great fighter. He said, you look great. You do splendid. You look great. You look better. He just kept giving me compliments about everything I did. And what's wrong with this guy? I never had the slightest idea he was building up my confidence. But as time went on, I understood what he was doing. As I became an adult, I understood he was building up my confidence. And we started fighting. I had my first amateur fight, and I was so scared. My first amateur fight, I went downstairs and said, I'm going to go to the store. I was in Bronx, New York. I'm going to the store to my training. I went downstairs, and I said, man, I should get on this train and never come back. I wanted to get on the train and just leave. I was so scared. I didn't want to fight anybody. It's just such a different dynamic than fighting somebody in the ring and fighting somebody in the street. And I never thought I could fight somebody. Even after all the training, it's totally intimidating fighting somebody in the ring. But I put myself together with the discipline I learned from class, and I went in the ring and I scored a 3rd round knockout. I don't know if after the first 2 nerve-wracking fights, I thought at first. So I didn't really want to fight, really. So I was staying at Cut's house. I come from a really poverty-stricken area, and then when I came to live with Cut, they live in a 14-room Victorian mansion. And I first come here, I said, wow, I could rob these white guys. Those white men, they ain't here. I'm not knowing this guy been around the world a bunch of times. I never knew he was like me. He was from a bad neighborhood. He was a street kid like me. And then one day he used to say, listen, we have the chance to change his life. We have his life. Do something very special. Don't you want to be champion? You can be champion of the world. And I didn't pay no attention to it. He said, really? You can be champion of the world. You can devastate the world. No man can take what you do. You just got to believe it. I looked at this guy, and I started thinking, if you really answered, this guy's really crazy. That's what I meant. That's crazy. You do what I tell you to do. If it doesn't work, then you can leave. It's okay for that. So I did everything you told me to do, and I won. I won every championship from the amateur championship. I won all the championship. I'm gonna cry. So I won every championship that he told me because he told me what to do. And I started believing in this old man. I stopped being a little thief. I used to go back to New York and rob people and then come back upstate and hide out. Then I stopped doing all that. I changed my whole life. So I'm gonna stick to this boxing shit.
That's it. There you go. There you go. Again. Who's the last guy to stop? Time.
I turned my whole life over to boxing. I turned into a complete animal. I turned into a disciplinarian. This guy had me clean my room. He had this guy brainwashing me so much that if he told me to bite, I'd bite. If he told me anything, I was like this dog. He broke me down. He broke me down and rebuilt me. I was just like a totally different person.
It changed my life. He helped me to deal with people. Not to deal with people now before. I couldn't talk to people. I used to always want to be alone. And now I learned how to deal with anyone. I can talk to anyone, even about their problems. It's like a father and son relationship. Even though he is my manager and trainer, sometimes I forget that because of the way we are. The first day he met me, he took me in his house. He didn't even know me. I have a very deep affection. I do. He's my boy. He's with me. You know, I owe you a lot. He doesn't know what I mean. I'm going to tell him now. If he weren't here, I probably wouldn't be alive. The fact that he is here and doing what he's doing and doing as well as he's doing and improving as he has gives me the motivation and interest to stay alive. Because I believe that a person dies when they no longer want to. But I have a reason, Mike, and he gives me the motivation. I will stay alive and I will watch him become a success. Because I will not leave until that happens.
I was 14 and I fought in the Junior Olympics in 1980, I believe it was. And I broke all the records.
Tell me what you're going to do tomorrow. I'm going to go in there, I'm going to jab to the head, then I'm going to throw hit to the body, and then I'm going to move after I hit. I'm punching the body. What are you going to do when you get inside? I'm going to open up like a son of a bitch.
I won it all. I won all my fights by knockouts in the first round. And I broke the record with the knockout in 8 seconds. I guess that's the fastest knockout on record.
He was finishing the whole time.
Hey, no, right on the chin. I'm calm and relaxed though, because I don't want my head to swell any more than it is. Okay. Move your head. Keep the head down when you come up with the H. Keep your head down. Yeah, I mean, it's not coming up, but it's starting to come up. To make it perfect. It's good, it's not perfect.
Because it was different than me. Than it was with other fighters. Concentrated me to be totally ferocious in the ring and out. We had a totally different relationship. That's why once I got involved with Cuz, I was a young boy, but once he spoke to me every night about discipline and character, I knew nobody was nobody physically was gonna fuck me. As I told the Cuz told me over and over again, over and over again, every night for hours and hours. When I was a young kid, about 13, 14, I used to never have to worry about nobody ever bullying me again. I knew that would never happen again. Cause I knew I would fucking kill them if they fucked me. That's what
There was a huge inferiority complex. As a little boy, I was fat and everybody picked on me. So now I never back down from a fight or back down from a fight. A person could say some infantile thing like, you're stupid, or you got your ass kicked in a fight, and I will strike them. I'm not somebody that will walk away from a street fight. I would provoke a fight with them. I won't start one, but I won't walk away from one either. In a fight in the street, not like the ring, it has to be almost to the death because you never know. If you don't knock them out cold or you don't beat them after death, he'll go home and come back with a gun or come back with a friend with a gun or a gang of people. So normally a fight in the street is normally deadly.
there's nothing like fighting when you're young and you're happy. It's nothing more deadly and nothing more proficient than a happy fighter. Everybody believes that the mean and the surly fighter is the tough fighter. That's not true. The guy that's more relaxed, the guy who loves what he does, and he's just happy to be in there doing what he does. I was never really a big heavyweight. When I was in my prime, I never weighed over 217, 219. But me and my trainer, Custom Model, we always put a great deal of emphasis on our speed and combination. He always told me speed kills. Speed is what kills. The speed kills. Most of my fighters that I emulated in my very lightweight guys like Tony Campanelli, Kid Chalk, or Henry Armstrong. The little guys are just so exciting to watch. And that's how come I knew that I was going to be an exciting fighter because I have the speed and the power.
Hey, how you doing, my man? All right. Next champ or what? That's why I'm in the business. Of course.
Bill and I both feel that Mike Tyson is definitely going to be the heavyweight champion of the world. The real question is when.
I used to know when I have in the back of my head, I have a goal that me, Custom Jacobs, and my trainer Kevin Rooney all planned. And God forbid, if anything happened to Cus, we're all professionals, and we're going to continue. When Custom Model died, I was in New York City, in the Manhattan section of New York City, Lower East Side. I was accompanied by Jimmy Jacobs, who was my manager at the time. And he had told me that within 10 hours, Custom was dead. And we have to go to the bank and deposit some money. There was some money that I had made for my fight, a few $100,000. We had to deposit some money. And we went to the bank, and I was at the bank depositing money, and I was just crying. I was crying. And the lady at the bank, I was hysterical. The lady at the bank had asked, "What is wrong? Is everything all right?" And Jim Jacobs had explained that we had lost a good friend of ours that died, dying stroke, and he's handling it very rough. And I was just very hysterical. Jim Jacobs was cool as ice, it phased him. But to me, it was like I lost my whole life. I didn't know where to go from there. I can remember being at Custom Model's funeral. I was a pallbearer there. I was very proud to be a pallbearer for him. And I was just 19 years old. I didn't know what to do with my life. There was news cameras there, reporters there. And I was just saying, I don't have my friend no more. I was very scared. I felt very vulnerable. I felt lonely. I just felt naked to the world. I just felt like a very vulnerable little boy. my life. I was just a young boy at 19, and I didn't have the chance to let cuz see the prospects of me growing as a heavyweight champion. A boy comes to me with a spark of interest. I feed that spark and it becomes a flame. I feed the flame and it becomes a fire. I feed the fire and it becomes a roaring blaze.
This is the moment Lewis has been waiting for. With smashing lefts and rights to the jaw and belly, he's out to win it here in round one. Every ounce of strength he has in those punches, he moves in to finish the challenger.
Being a young boy and living in Catskill, New York, I was able to watch as many fight films as possible. Like a big fight collection. It was just wonderful watching those fighters. I know every move they had. I know everything they do. I know how I studied them for years and years as a little boy. From 13 years old to 20 when I studied them, I watched them every night. A couple of times a night. I watched them. I know every punch they do. I know everything they do.
Hi there, folks. This is Jim Stevenson taking you back to September 22nd, 1927. Soldiers Chicago.
Well, it's so interesting that I might have to break the respectful factor. Everything he says, I go for. I believe everything God said. His word in boxing is Bible to me. When he describes fighting and he talks about fighting, he talks about all the good points. He talks about Jack Dempsey's ferocity. When he talks about Rocky Marciano's will and dedication. When he discusses Muhammad Ali, he talks about his character and personality. That's the only reason Ali is the best because he has more character. And I thought that was fun. I was a young kid. I did not understand that back then. But as I got older, I feel like when it meant. I never really had an image of myself. I really read about a lot of people I believe were great men, and I took qualities from them. And I said, well, in order to be a great man, you have to be this way, now be this way. I didn't know these were great men that had bad qualities. And I used to read about Errol Flynn, I read about Jack Dempsey, you read about all these great people, and what you read about them and what they all have in common, and what their conquest over great women, famous women, whatever it may be. So I always thought like in order to be a great figure, you have to have these women in your life, and the minute most of you conquer, the greater figure you may be. I never knew that conquering so many women takes so much from you, more than gives to it, and more than adds so much to you. I was intrigued with sex because I've been in a household where my mother was promiscuous and her friends were very promiscuous. The whole neighborhood I come from is very promiscuous. You hear people talking, suck my dick, suck my pussy. So it's a very promiscuous environment. I wanted to be a guy that had a lot of girls. That was my main objective. But in order to be that guy, I had to restrain myself. I always read that the great fighters never had sex before fights. And I was a young kid, and I wanted to be the youngest heavyweight champion in the world. So I restrained myself from sex for around 5 years. I think the best thing in life is to abstain from sex. After abstaining from sex and then having sex, I think that's the best feeling in the world after abstaining from it. I've always been interested in women, drawn to them. They have a magnetic force towards me. I've always been intrigued by them. And when I see one, I always have a knack to talk to them. I love talking. It's monologue, talking, and sometimes it's difficult because that's why I like companions. I like talking. I love conversation. I like talking to one another. One day I was at a party. It was a beautiful party. It was on Fifth Avenue around 1990. It was incredible. It was a great party. I went to this party and it was just such a beautiful woman, luminary, crowd of people in there, and I was just impressed. And it was this model there that was just looking just incredible, man. I'd never seen a woman look so exquisite. And for some bizarre reason, she started talking to me as if she knew me. I didn't know her at all, but I knew she knew who I was, but she was intrigued with me. And it was so bizarre. She went to the bathroom, and I
I was craving it so desperately. I just went to the bathroom after her, and I sat on the sink, and I started performing fellatio on her. This monologue, talking. That's why I like companions. I like talking. I like talking to one another. And it was on and popping from there on. I can remember boxing for the heavyweight championship of the world. It was November 22nd, 1986. I was fighting against Trevor Berbick. Greatest fighter that ever lived was Muhammad Ali, and he had just took a humiliating beating by Trevor Berbick, and I was angry, and I was looking for revenge. And I can remember Ali coming to me in the ring, and we were introduced to the ring, and Ali come to me and said, "Get him for me." By that time, I had got a hold of Trevor Berbick. I was just, I had sex, but my mother must have been a prostitute I had sex with because I had contracted gonorrhea. Either a prostitute or else a very filthy young lady. I can't even remember. I was burning like a good human in July, and but I knew it was just I was so embarrassed to go to the doctor at the time, so I had to endure the pain. But it didn't bother me. The gonorrhea didn't bother me because I always had my mind framed with the old fighters such as Harry Greb, Mickey Walker, and those kind of guys. These guys lived that kind of life. They didn't care about anything. They had one objective, and that was to win. And I just wanted to win.
Crushing right hand. Wow with the left hook.
I wanted to decimate him. I know if I decimated him, everybody would know I'm a serious contender. They never take me for real. But at that time, people knew I was a good fighter. They thought I was fighting tomato cans and flunks, and they didn't know. They said, "This guy's not a real fighter. He's just fighting easy fights." So that's why my main objective was to decimate him. I wanted to take him on one round. I wanted to really hurt him real bad.
Bangs the body. Wow, with that uppercut and Tyson. Hits him with the right left hook. And he goes down.
He represented my future, my life. He represented everything that I wanted in life. After the fight, I was just so, I was just so elated. I didn't know what to do. I just knew Cuss would have been proud if he was there to watch me win the championship. It was something that we always talked about.
I'd like to dedicate my fight to my great guardian, Cuss D'Amato, and I'm sure he's up there, he's looking and he's talking to all the great fighters and saying his boy did it.
They're smiling, that's right. What are your ambitions from here on out?
To unify the title.
I wore the championship belt for probably at least 3 weeks. Even when I went to the store, I just wore it around my waist. Very proud.
Everywhere to court.
This heavy metal sound that you hear is Mike Tyson about to make his way in, I believe. Everything that Tyson does is intimidating. Here he is. He comes out. He doesn't wear a coat in. He's worked up a full sweat. I want to tell you, the electricity in this crowd is lost. I haven't felt like this since it was about 4 o'clock in the morning one morning. We're in a place called Kinshasa, Zaire, when Muhammad Ali came in against George Foreman for the heavyweight championship of the world. I've got goosebumps, and I am watching this event, and a lot of people in here do. The heavyweight champion of the world comes into the ring. This is why we're here. Tyson looks the way he always does when he walks in. He's here strictly for business. He's got that scornful look on his face. Hey, let's get it going. In a while, you see him push the leather back on his gloves. It's like he wants to get his knuckles closer to the leather so he can get them on somebody's face, namely Mike Spinks in a hurry. The right hand lands in the head of Mike Spinks. It's Tyson all the way here in round number 1. Each shots to the body. Nothing really heavy landing yet, but he's taking them. The uppercut. Body shot. Down goes Mike Spinks for the first time. The count is up to 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. That was a body shot that took him down. Here comes Mike Spinks in. He leads the right hand. Now he goes. I don't think he'll get up from this. Mike Spinks is laying flat on his back. The count is up to 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. He won't be able to do it. It's all over. Mike Tyson has won it. Spinks almost fell back through. That's a Merrick's first round knockout for Mike Tyson. Unbelievable fight. It came in the first round. And now the question is, who in this world has any chance against this man?
Being champ of the world is not like it. When you're heavyweight champ of the world, you have to.
Too funny. I'm just thinking about this. Because if it's an ice thing, there's your if that's your Rabbi, I probably would get banned. Somebody would. It's just fucked up. Let's go down here. It's really cool. That is your favorite icon. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Yeah. Shop is a good one. It's fucking good time. Yeah. Yeah, he's not good. Spaces. What are you thinking now? I'm thinking, what the fuck is wrong with this shit?
Want to be next to the champ, especially when you're on television all the time, people talking about you. But y'all want to pretty much an exciting champion. So people are talking about maybe knocking everybody out on spectacular field.
Oh, she out of nowhere. Just. I wasn't
My mission is to go and destroy and not to let anything get involved. You get punched, you get hurt. I refuse to be hurt, knocked down, and knocked out. I can't lose. I refuse to lose.
Curious right hand. That should be it. And down
I always try to aim through the back of my opponent's head, fantasize my punch going through them and in and out the back of the head. It sounds like a brutal sport, but it's just a technique. It's just an art. And when people hear you talk in this particular fashion, you think of it as some brutal monster, but it's all about the skill, the speed, the accuracy. And that's basically what I mean my style after.
How dare you challenge me with this somewhat primitive skills? They're just as good as dead.
People don't have the slightest idea how hard it is to break somebody's jaw, to break somebody's eye socket. They think it's just the power, but it's the accuracy of the power. Every punch is thrown with bad intention with the speed of the devil.
Actually, he was crying in there, making woman gestures like, oh.
My job is to hurt people. I love fighting, not because I like hurting people, because I like the after effect of fighting. And that meant I got the job right. Once the job is done correctly, that's my satisfaction of it all. I was beating guys off of his pure brute strength and intimidation. Most guys were pretty much intimidated. They lost the fight before they even got hit. Most guys. I knew the art of skullduggery. These guys, I knew how to beat these guys psychologically before I even got in the ring with them. As soon as I come into the ring, I'm gloved. No, stop. That's not true. While I'm in the dressing room, 5 minutes before I come out, my gloves are laced up. I'm breaking my gloves down. I'm pushing the lever in the back of my glove, breaking the middle of the glove so my knuckle could pierce through the leather. I feel my knuckle piercing against the tight leather gloves on the everlast boxing. When I come in, I have supreme confidence. I'm scared to death. I'm totally afraid. I'm afraid of everything. I'm afraid of losing. I'm afraid of being humiliated. But I'm totally confident. The closer I get to the ring, the more confidence I get. The closer, more confidence I get. The closer, more confidence I get. All during my training, I've been afraid of this man. I thought this man might be capable of beating me. I've dreamed of him beating me. But I always stayed afraid of him. But the closer I get to the ring, I'm more confident. Once I'm in the ring, I'm a god. No one could beat me. I walk around the ring, but I never take my eyes off my opponent. I keep my eyes on him, even if he's ready and pumping and can't wait to get his hands on me as well. I keep my eyes on him. I keep my eyes on him. I keep my eyes on him. Then once I see a chink in his arm, boom, one of his eyes may move. Then I know I have him. Then when he comes to the center of the ring, he still looks at me with his piercing look and as if he's not afraid. But he already made that mistake, man. And he looked down for that 1/10 of a second. I know I had him. He'll fight hard for the first 2 or 3 rounds. But I know I already broke his spirit. During the fight, I'm supremely confident. I'm moving my head, he's throwing punches. I'm making them miss and I'm countering. I'm hitting him to the body. I'm punching real hard. And I'm punching him and I'm punching him. I know he's not able to take my punches. 1, 2, 3 punches. I'm throwing him butt punches and bunches. He goes down, he's out. I'm victorious. Mike Tyson, greatest fighter ever lived. I saw this young lady, Robin Gibbons, on television one day. I had called somebody. I said, get me in touch with that young lady. And I left for England. I kept calling this guy every day, get me in touch with this young lady. And eventually, they arranged for me to get in touch. And I had dinner with this young lady. And me and this young lady went out for food. And eventually, I proposed to her. Maybe it was a month or 2. And I proposed to her, and we got married eventually. And that was disastrous because I was too immature to be married. There's no reason I was too young to be married. She was too young to be married at the time. So I don't know why I done it, but I got married. Then of course I was being a pig. I started having my extracurricular activities on the side, and me not being the most cautious and most using most skullduggery of tricks. I got caught most of the time, and she didn't like that. So I took her to the fight, and it was pretty ugly. It was pretty ugly.
Michael is a man who hasn't been. It's just that. It's been torture. It's been pure hell. It's been worse than anything I could possibly imagine. I think for the first time I can understand abused women. A time when he cannot control his temper, and that's frightening to me, to my mother.
I can't believe Robin Gibbons was saying lies about the great worldwide television. I don't know what she wanted to accomplish by that.
Shakes.
I was like flabbergasted. I was pretty much stunned. But when I look back at it now, I can't believe I sat there and didn't say anything. But then again, if I would act crazy and start smashing or going crazy in front of television, that's what they would want to expect it to. So I stayed cool. I know they expected me to go crazy on television and start ranting and raving. That was the whole plan, I think.
Michael is manic and he's incredibly abusive. Not physically, verbally.
After his marriage to Robin Gibbons and his association with Don King, Tyson's life seemed to unravel in full public view. Lawsuits, car accidents, and domestic brawls. The Burnsville Police Department received a call indicating a disturbance was in progress at the Tyson residence.
Love can be fleeting. The soap opera marriage of boxing champ Mike Tyson and actress Robin Gibbons is coming to an end. She announced today through her lawyer that she's seeking a divorce after 8 months together.
It was so ironic that we would watch our divorce squabbles on television. We would be in bed together. We were watching on television. So I don't think we really wanted to be divorced, but there's so much. The atmosphere was just so intense that it just wasn't right to be separated. I felt a sense of abandonment, but I brought it onto myself. I came alone, I felt shame. I felt like a half of a person, and I felt totally whole at the time. It just wasn't right. We had 2 kids, and the whole world was like this. We don't know really actually how to feel. I was 21, she was 22, and it was 12 years. Emotionally unstable, has judgment of her. I'm the bad guy, she's the bad girl. I'm a abusive husband, she's the gold digger. We just kids. I was always interested in keeping in touch with her. I didn't want to lose touch with her. What I wanted in a woman is protection, loyalty, compassion. companionship, loyalty, friendship, companionship, ferocious. They want to protect me. I have my back to the bitter end. If I have a fight, I want her to jump in, even if I'm winning, even if she's 90 pounds. I like strong women, not necessarily a masculine woman. I like strong women. I like let's say a woman that runs a CEO corporation. I like a strong woman with confidence, massive confidence, and then I want to dominate her sexually. I like to watch her. Like a tiger watches their prey after they wound them. I wanted to remember me. I wanted in a bizarre way. I wanted to love me and watch them. I wanted to keep a distance at least 20 to 30 minutes before I devoured them. Take them to that point of ecstasy. I love saying no all the time. When I'm making love, I love saying no. When they ask if I say no. But I want is extreme with no. Normally what they want is not as extreme as what I want. Always no. So I may give them a little, but they have to give me a lot. Whatever they want to turn me around, no. I don't like being loved. I like loving. I don't feel like being loved. I don't like love. I like I have too much left to give and none to accept. Not turn around when I want to turn around. No, that's what I want. I want to ravish them completely. After my divorce from Robin, basically I lost a lot of desire in my fighting and stuff. I didn't handle it. I had a with lesser opponents, and I was successful. And then it led basically to the Buster Douglas fight, which should have been a hard fight. I had beaten 3 guys prior to Buster Douglas that were better fighters than Buster Douglas. Without training hard. The last fight was 4 fighters. The only man I believe not Buster Douglas out was Tony Tucker. Without training hard at all for the fight. So I didn't take. I went to Japan and I was a lot of women, had women not taking the fight seriously, not training hard. Matter of fact, I was training and one of my sparring partners dropped me. That's how seriously I was training.
Here we go, round number 9. Now let's see if Mike can sustain it. And he's got the adrenaline flowing. He wants to end this thing now. The 9th round of a fight we never expected to be this far. So no matter what happens, we give a lot of credit to Buster Douglas for making this a big, big fight. Tyson trying to end it with one big shot again. He's down, he comes to the uppercut. Come on, other punch towards that back. Look at this. Buster is not ready to pack it in. Look at this. Look at Buster coming back. Did he buckle the lights of Mike? I don't know. We got him again. Buster fights back strongly, landing some big shots. And now he can't get jealous. Look at this. Who would ever expect this? And around and not Buster would back it in. He comes back, showing the heart. The tremendous heart that we've seen sometimes in lacking in others. Tonight, Buster's the heart back. Wow. Mike now is the one that's hanging on the rope. See Mike the way he was back in the field, doesn't have the good balance. His legs together as Buster's landing these. Oh, nice uppercut by Buster Douglas. Look at that. He's not Mike Tyson down. For the first time in his career, Mike Tyson hits the canvas. He's in big trouble. He may not be able to recover. It's up to 7. And 8. He's not going to make it. Unbelievable. Buster Douglas is the new heavyweight champion of the world. This has got to be, it must be, one of the biggest upsets in the history of boxing. Buster Douglas, the new, undisputed heavyweight champion of the world.
I just felt miserable that night. I should have trained hard. I couldn't blame anybody but myself. I couldn't blame Buster. Buster trained wonderful as well. But I just had a rough night that night. I lost that belief in myself. Once Cuss died, once I went to my divorce, I lost that belief in myself. I lost that. I lost that when I was a kid. I used to love to hear that from Cuss to refuse to lose. And all these great quotes and poems. And I just lost that. I just lost that when I lost my mentor, I lost my friend. All that stuff died when he died.
Hey, Mike, over here.
Mike, you got the glass. Hey, Mike, what happened to Tokyo?
Well, it's a bad situation at the time, but I'll be okay. Buster Douglas fought a great fight, and I'll be
champion again within 6 months. That's what before, I abused myself, abused my body. And when you reach a status at a young age, when you be 20, 19, it's a little too much. I don't want to use excuses, But being 20 is over each other, you're really too young. I never had the basics. Putting all my life structure. I just come from extended off of my childhood. I never had the tools basic. Child had the mother, the father, the whole traditional family, work out problem. I never lived that particular type of life. Always looked out for me. And if there's a problem, handling my rails on the run. I never was able to cipher a problem out of decode a problem. Everything was totally cryptic to me. When it got too cryptic, I booted out the situation. Oh, I'm in a dream day after day. Beautiful women, such an array. What can I say? Yeah, definitely, that sounds better.
I can tell you that there has been a rape incident report made, and it's my understanding that Mr. Mike Tyson has been alleged to have committed a crime.
I think so. I don't like that.
How you doing, Charlie? When I was falsely accused of raping that wretched swine of a woman, Desiree Washington, it was the most horrible time of my life. It was the most heinous day of my life. As I go into prison, I lost my humanity. I lost my reputation. I lost everything that I worked so hard for. To say that I was conducting myself as a little brat at that time and being promiscuous with the women, I didn't know such thing as took that woman's chastity at all. I have to be honest. I'm a jerk sometimes, and I take things that sometimes craft and coarse, but I would never do that to that extent. And whatever I did, I may have took advantage of women before, but I never took advantage of her. I don't know what to say about that situation. It basically took the whole life out of me in that situation. I never again trusted anyone, not even myself around certain people. I just took a lot of confidence on me as far as me being with a woman and getting married. I never even trusted my wife because of my situation with that rape conviction. And it's just ruled over my head for so many years. And I've never been able to let it go. It really bothers me to this day. And I don't know how I'm going to get that over my head. I know people, all my friends say, let that die, but they're not the one that has to deal with it. That's the hard pillow to sleep with. I go into prison, I lost my faith and trust in God. I became a Muslim in prison, but I really lost my faith in myself. I became almost like unhuman. I've seen things that really I can't understand one human being doing to another. For example, many times I've seen people come down, especially medication, police love, medication love, God may have been one of the guys that locked the guy up, and all of a sudden a pile of shit comes and smashes right in your face. A pile of shit comes out and smashes in your face. A pile of piss comes out and smashes in your face. These guys pick up their own feces and hit somebody. People might start, all of a sudden might be a race war. Else one day the kids that work in the kitchen workers might make some homemade hooch and get drunk. You start a riot on South one day. Somebody may come back and throw some gasoline and try to light it in your cell and burn you up. Or you might be a lady dog and somebody grab you, throw you in the bathroom and rape you. So many things that happen. You can't believe it's happening. These people don't care. They got 40 years, 100 years. These people don't care what they do. They can't give them any more time than they already have. So these people, they're walking a thin rope messing with these kind of people. These people are borderline sociopaths. These people need to be in hospital more than prison. Trust me, I'm not trying to play a tough guy at all. I don't want any trouble. I have 3 years. I don't want no trouble. In Reading jail by Reading town, there is a pit of shame. In it lies a wretched man, eaten by teeth of flame, and a burning white and shitty lies. And his grave has got no name. And there till Christ calls forth the dead, in silence let him lie. No need to waste the foolish tear or heed the windy sigh. The man had killed the thing he loved, and so he had to die. And each man kills the thing he loved. By each let this be heard. Some do it with a flattering look. Some do it with a word. The coward does it with a kiss. The brave man with a sword. Well, I've been to the hole quite a few times, and being in the hole is just like entertaining itself. I'm in there 24 hours a day, 23 hours a day with the light on. People treat you horribly when you never get the light turned off, and you take your blanket and you sleep on concrete. You're subject to strip search randomly. You never know when they're going to come and search your room and make you strip. Death is to be welcome at that particular time. Listen, man, you feel like you're dead because when you're in prison, that's the closest thing to death. You come and you stay there so long, you become so used to being by yourself that you're used to talking with yourself. You become your own best friend, your own best company. Everybody's gone. No one calls you. Visits become shorter and shorter. And I know that I'm going insane and I'm crazy for being here, but it's the only sanity that I know. It's the insanity that's the sanity that I know. I know it sounds so contradictory, but it's life. But I know in that particular time and situation, sanity is my save my insanity, my own sanity.
The debt is paid. The prison term over. 3 years ago tomorrow, Mike Tyson entered an Indiana penitentiary, having been convicted of rape and deviant sexual misconduct. On this day of his exit, the people around him were the same as ever, but something inside Tyson may have changed.
By 6:10, surrounded by his entourage, almost as if he seemed to be entering the ring, Tyson was leaving the prison, a free man for the first time in 3 years. Tyson's motorcade went directly to the Muslim mosque in Plainfield, barely 2 miles from the prison. The caravan followed. He prayed for about 30 minutes, along with 200 others, including another former heavyweight champion who once came back after a 3.5-year layoff.
When I first took my shahada, became a Muslim, I thought I was too extreme. I became too extreme Muslim. I think I was too strict, too sective, too violent. And I used Islam because I was bitter at the world. And when I took out people, they didn't believe what I believed. I thought they were the enemy. And as time went on, I realized that's not really the right way to go. Now that's why I became more humble, more subservient. That's what Islam is about. Islam is not about war, it's about humanity. The religion of humanity. And I didn't know that. I had to go and truly do some research and study and find out what the true meaning of it was. Because I wasn't represented. When I was in prison, I was so angry at society. I put a tattoo of Mao on me, I put a tattoo of Che on me because I had no faith in my government. I did that just to spite them. Well, I guess I'm ahead of my time because nobody was talking about Che. Now I have a tattoo on him. Now everybody's talking about him. And when you think about it now, they hate the Che, but now Che is a big item here. He's sold on so many corners, the street corners, sold in so many stores. He's a big business now. When I went to China, Mao was big business. They have Mao in shirts now. They would never have that done with Mao. Now they will never allow the shirts probably to be sold for money. A friend of mine, Victor Paradox in Las Vegas, I had told him 2 months earlier that I was looking for a tattoo on my face. At first I was going to put a bunch of hearts on my face. They said, I'm going to find that tattoo for you. It represents the New Zealand warrior tribe called the Maoris. They were a very warrior-like tribe. And they had face tattoos, which when they go into war combat, they scared the enemy. I was just like a bunch of scouts and rebellious, and I really didn't care about what anyone thought. I thought it was a great tattoo. When I came out of prison, I felt so surreal. So many friends I had also, so many people came around me. I had so many people that wanted to be in my face because when I came out of prison, I had like $200 million. And I had so many friends. It's the same thing. It's as if it never ended. When I first went in, everybody around Mike's the man. I had a different frame of mind. I was afraid of everybody. I was cussing up the people who set me up. I just had a different mind frame. I was scared of everybody and everyone. Well, I didn't necessarily feel like an animal. I just felt like a afraid human being. And everybody was against me. That's really what I felt like when I came out of prison. I felt like everyone was against me.
Put your mother in the straight jacket, you punk ass white boy. Come in, tell me that if I fuck you in your ass, you punk white boy. You faggot. You can't touch me, you're not man enough. I eat your ass on the lobby, bitch. Fuck you, you hoe. Come and say in my face, fuck you ass for everybody. Bitch, come on, you bitch. You scared coward. You not man enough to fuck with me. You can't last 2 minutes in my world, bitch.
Listen.
Look at you scared now, you hoe. Scared like a little white pussy. Scared of the real man. I'll fuck you till you love me, faggot.
I'll fuck you till you love me.
Actually, I was with my girlfriend in bed. The fact that she was in bed, I woke up and looked at her and grabbed her. For some reason, I thought she was a man in bed with me, trying to hurt me. Somebody came in bed and tried to stab me, so I was just so scared.
You know, in the last 3 years, I had the chance to reflect on my life and develop my mind, and I will continue my journey to making myself a better person so I can help others. But I'm here today to make a statement about my profession, future. There's been a lot of speculation about my plan, and here they are. I will fight again.
Well, when I was in prison, I was just so depressed because I was hearing the news who was winning the heavyweight championship. It was going around, it was being passed around like a volleyball, and I was so desperately discouraged about not ever being out to fight again. I'm looking forward to come home so I could fight in the championship again. So when I came out, I fought Frank Bruno for the second time. He was the WBC heavyweight champion of the world, and I trained real hard and I look forward to fight. I knew I wasn't the same guy I once was before I went to prison, but I knew I could fight. I could still punch hard. I knew if I hit him, I'd knock him out. When I won the championship, I was so happy. It just put tears in my eyes. It's just something I thought about once I was in prison. I wanted to have those belts back again. I unified the championship again with Bruce Sheldon. I fought him and beat him in a 1-round knockout. And I had 2 belts on my waist. Just to get out of prison, I never wanted to come out of prison with 2 belts on my waist. I really thought I was somebody special. No one's ever done that, not even Muhammad Ali. And then once again, I let everything go away. And I believed I was God. I believed I was great. I didn't believe I had to train for nobody. I thought everybody was afraid of me. I thought I was a great fighter. And I used to have somebody really special. I flew around all the time. I had parties at my house. I had a tremendous amount of sexual activity. and caught up.
Fans, here we go with the main event of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen in attendance, boxing fans joining us around the world. It's time for the bout you've all been waiting for. Finally, it is showtime.
The year 1997, I'm fighting Evander Holyfield. I came to the ring supremely confident, knowing that I would beat him. He's a great fighter, Evander Holyfield, but not in my league, I believe. So I come in the ring. I'm rushing out the ring to get a hold of him. The first round starts. We're fighting ferociously. Boom, boom, we're fighting.
Holyfield comes back to the left hook. Holyfield with a combination. The Clemson's hit.
And all of a sudden, I black out for a reason. I don't know why. I didn't believe he hit me.
Now what? The shot from the get-go. Excellent headbutt.
Next thing you know, we continue to fight. Next thing you know, I'm blacked out again. I don't even remember the fight.
Come together. Again, the headbutt.
That one buckled. Tyson actually got a headbutt and hurt.
And I'm fighting, but all of a sudden I'm getting hit. Boom, 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 boom. I'm rocking all over the ring. He's hitting me all. The punches are not hurting me, but he's just keeping me off balance. Boom, boom, boom. I couldn't feel the punches, but I could just hear them. Pow, 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 pow. And the next thing I know, I'm thinking, what the fuck? What the fuck? Wake up, I'm trying to grab pow, pow, pow. And the next thing I know, the fight is stopped. He must have fought a ferocious fight. It must have been brilliant on his behalf. I was the ex-champion.
It's the most unbelievable thing I've ever been privileged to witness.
When I was heavyweight champion of the world, I believed I ruled the world. I had homes all over the country, I had luxurious apartments all over the country, I had the most exquisite cars. But I loved leeches. I wanted them to suck my blood. I just wanted them to suck my blood, all of my blood. I wanted them to suck it, and then they suck my blood. Then I buy my blood back to allow them to suck it again. And that was my downfall. I just associated myself with so many leeches. And I guess everybody has their purpose in life, and I call them leeches, and that's not from a negative perspective either. I say that because I allowed that to happen. You know what I mean? In some aspects, I'm a leech as well. You know, because I allowed my sucks from them and they sucks from them. I guess it was a give and take situation. So no one to blame truly but myself. My philosophy was like, you suck. Because really, I mean, they're always trying to screw you. Everyone? You know, you have these different occasions where you run into nice people. You know what I mean? But, you know, you've been to experience, you know. You don't have no emotion towards human feelings. My first manager, Bill Caton, and those guys, they were like slave masters, basically. Because I was just a young kid, 18 years old, 17 years old. I was too young to even sign a contract with those guys. But I signed the contract because they died. I signed the contract with those guys. And they took about a third of what I had. Eventually, I got rid of them. Then I got caught up with another piece of shit, Don King. It was a wretched, slimy, reptilian motherfucker, right? This is supposed to be my brother, my black brother, right? He's just a bad man, a real bad man. He abused you, he would kill his mother for $1. He's ruthless, he's deplorable. He doesn't know how to love anybody. That's just the way he is.
Greatest country in the world, man. This is America, baby.
A friend informed me that most of my money was missing. So we looked at my assets. I showed the money that was supposed to be there wasn't there. And we had to do something about it. When I find out, I handled it immaturely. Very immaturely, because I'm not accustomed to any business fashion that matters. I handled it very immaturely. I confronted him, and he basically denied it, and then I attacked him in front of the Beverly Hills Hotel. I was staying at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and I attacked him. I attacked him in front of these old decrepit white women. Once with a bunch of them. I used to attack them from them. They must have thought I was some black heathen or something. I used to attack them and stomp them. Yeah, I really love this man. I just stomped him and stomped him and stomped him. And I don't know. I guess I blacked out at that moment. Then we went through some, of course we gotta go through this court bullshit. And then I received what? I received 10, what, 20 million. I received some small amount of money from them. Probably, I don't know if it's 20 million, 30 million. I don't know what it was. Small amount of money. It doesn't really even matter. It just destroys everything. It's really it's a bad time in life.
Well, postponements have jeopardized Holyfield-Tyson fights over the years to the point where many of us wondered if we'd ever really be here tonight. It all goes back to their ill-fated 1991 fight. So when Tyson announced he suffered a cut over his left eye in sparring to postpone the original May 3rd rematch date, and he said, we may never see these guys fight again. But despite the history of postponements, there has always been a feeling of inevitability, an aura of fate that finally brought them together.
1997 rematch, Evander Holyfield. First round began. Box cautious.
A straight right by Mike Tyson, shrugged off by Evander Holyfield.
I started feeling groggy again in the clinch. I notice now it's from my head, but it's the same feeling I felt when I fought him the first time. I fight the second round. I feel groggy again for no apparent reason. He didn't hit me. He butts me again. He's taller than me. What is his head doing underneath my head? I received a cut eye.
He looks over to Bill Clean. It's a cut around the right eye of Mike Tyson from a clash of heads, I believe.
That's just what happened. Mike said, what about the fight? What about his head?
Deja vu.
He started looking at the eye. He butts me again. I complained to the referee. The referee doesn't do anything.
Just like in the first one, Tyson looks over for help from the referee.
I become ferocious. Third round comes out. I can fight ferociously. I'm mad.
Tyson, we know, a ferocious Mike Tyson. Listen. The crowd is turning. Tyson.
I get so mad. I want to kill him. I fight again. At the moment, I'm enraged. I lose all composure and discipline. I fight and I want to choke him. I bit him. He got mad. He turned around. I wanted to just kick him right in his groin, but I just pushed him. And I got so mad. I wanted to just choke him. I wanted to kill this guy. I couldn't believe he butted me. And I just lost my cool. I lost my composure. The worst thing really a soldier could ever do is lose his discipline. I was depressed with myself, not because I did them.
Because of the what?
I want to destroy everything around. I want to destroy his corner. I want to destroy everybody in his corner. The whole ring goes into a rampage, and I'm insane at the moment. I'm a good person, but at that moment I went insane. I was enraged, and I did not care about fighting no more by the Marcus of Queensberry rule. He butt me with his head intentionally to hurt me, my eye. So I wanted to intentionally hurt him. And so when I bit him again, the Mills Lanes came in to qualify me. I didn't really care. I wanted to inflict as much pain as possible on that man. But I was totally innocent at that moment.
I'll tell you what, this is unbelievable.
It's over. It's over. Mills Lane signaling that it's over. I think they've just had enough. Tyson showing desperation and fighting Holyfield 2 times. Look out now. More fighting in the ring after the end of the fight. Tyson's trying to get at Holyfield again, I believe. It is complete bedlam, and Tyson is just taking swipes at anybody in front of him. It's a fiasco.
moment, I'm very angry. I went to my house. I got high. After the fight, I went and got high at my house, and I just went to sleep. I smoked some weed, drank some liquor, and I went to sleep.
We must take the most stringent action available to us, which it appears is a maximum fine of $3 million and revocation of license.
I was bitter towards boxing, so I really didn't care anymore. I really hurt nobody but myself. I was really bitter towards fighting. I had resentments towards the athletic commission, and I just didn't want to deal with it. I lost the desire to be a champion. I never was interested in being a champion. I think we're getting through money.
Heavyweight champion Lennox Lewis and Mike Tyson have circled each other for years.
Fighting Lennox Lewis on June 8th, I got so much self-grandizement involved that I didn't take it too serious.
I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been. There's no one can stop me. Lennox is a conqueror. No, I'm Alexander. He's no Alexander. I'm the best ever. There's never been anybody as ruthless.
I had to put on the act because no one could sell a fight better than Mike could. Because every word that I say, see whatever I say come to reality.
I want your heart. I want to eat your children. Praise be to Allah.
When I finish this game, they'll never stop talking about me. If only when they stop talking about me is because I'm not a corporate man, so to speak. I didn't fit in with society standards.
Poetically enough, the two fights are joined together, not at the hip, but at the teeth of Mike Tyson, who ended the first one by biting Evander Holyfield in the ring, and almost ended this one by biting Lennox Lewis at a news conference.
I was just walking up towards him, and I walked up kind of brazen and kind of hard, and I guess that intimidated him, so he threw a punch in the whole fiesta started.
I just have to ring tyrannical. I have to be the beast. I have to be the savage. I mean, just to put in place the erudites and the bourgeoisies and the people of this society that believe that I'm trash and I'm scum. I'll be trash and I'll be scum, but I'll be angelic trash and scum.
You said you wanted more fights before, but now you're not having any. Are you psychologically and physically ready?
Yeah. Great.
Trying to finish off Mike Tyson with 1 minute left in the 8th round.
Mike Tyson highly motivated to come into this fight, hoping that this fight would redeem not only his career but his whole life.
Oh, he's doing a good job. He's got heart. He can't take that. Tyson goes down for the 3rd time in his career.
Really, the Lewis fight meant more money to me than the title because I know I was in no condition to beat anybody. I wasn't in any kind of great shape. I didn't have great physical or psychological shape of mind to beat anyone. But I knew I would get a large sum of money.
There's a great moment in the ring after the fight when, during the post-fight interview, you very tenderly reached out and wiped blood from Lennox's cheek while he was answering a question. Deep in your heart, do you feel as though he's your friend?
I've been friends with him for 15 years. I mean, we're just like, I fly pigeons, right? This is the equation. These pigeons live with each other for 10 to 15 years, right? But when I throw feed down, they kill each other to get it. And it's the same way with fighters. We love and respect each other, but we like mercy, we need that money.
I think controlling money is the art. It's the art to control money because I'm an extremist. Either I have a lot of money or I have none. I can't live in the middle. In the center, I'm just a person who can't live. And I don't know why I'm that way. I don't know why. No one can understand the mind of an extremist. I hear people always they can judge me, but they can't understand my mind. They don't have that extreme addict personality. You can never understand how a guy can blow $300 or $400 million a day. I have to live at the top of the world, else I have to live at the bottom of the ocean. I don't know how to live in the middle of life. Money is somewhat of like people's blood, so to speak. You need to live. But I just like to help people. I like to spend it. It makes people happy. And sometimes I neglect myself. So I make myself happy with it as well. I never thought I would live long enough to really enjoy anything. So I'm living pretty reckless because I didn't think I would live long enough Unfortunately, I'm 40 years old. I never thought I would reach this age. That's why I live recklessly every day, because I never had no idea I would live to 40 years old. It's a miracle. Yeah, I went through a great deal of money, and I don't have as much as I used to have. And it doesn't bother me as much, because I never was a guy that was crazy about money, but I wish I was smarter. I wish I was smart, old too soon, smart too late. And along the way, I became a very proud father of 6 kids. And that was the best moment of my life. I have Gina getting ready to go to American college. That's my oldest daughter. I'm extremely proud of her. And I have my 2 other kids, Amir and Raina. They were undefeated in the season in basketball. They're 10 and 11 years old, and they were good more than America. And I just couldn't believe that. Then I have Exodus and Miguel, who are also they're very young, 5 and 2 years old. They're very young. They haven't accomplished anything yet. They have Miguel, who's 16, who's going to school as well. And I'm just proud to be a happy father.
Get ready to get him.
I met Monica about 21 years ago. A mutual friend of ours introduced us to one another. We hooked up. I went to prison that year. She stuck by my side for the whole 3 years duration. We spent a great deal of time together. We eventually got married. She had a really young daughter named Marina. Then later on, she had another young son named Neil. We were married for at least 7 years. I was gallivanting around, loving strange women, being on the streets, never coming home, never being a family man. And eventually, we became estranged from one another, and that led to a divorce. Despite all that, we remained good friends. We're great friends, but horrible married couple. She's the greatest mother I've ever seen in my life. She totally dedicates her life to the children. She's the only mother that lets the children tell her what their children say. I want to go to Canada, mommy. I want to go to France. I want to go to Tibet, mommy. She gets up and go where the kids want to go. I never seen anything like that in my life. Jet setting. I can't understand it. But I was never a jet setter when I was 11 and 12 years old. I never left the street corner.
So, has Iron Mike turned into Mellow Mike? Whether he has or not, Tyson needs to punch with the type of intentions that once made him the baddest man on the planet. An aging fighter's power, the old-timers will tell you, is the last thing to go.
These are for Truman. Bribe was just for payday. I didn't really think I was winning anything. I didn't anticipate it was just the whole mindset I had. I didn't really care. I was so out of shape. I was tired of taking it serious. I was fighting for payday.
Kevin, the Pride of Tournament is making Mike Tyson look like a third-tier heavyweight. 15 seconds left in the 6th round.
And if McBride actually wins this round, it would be a 10-7 round.
Not a knockdown, but Price is pushing Tyson down. He's having difficulty getting up.
He wants Joe Cortez to help him.
He can barely make it to his feet. At the bell. Obviously a push. Tyson totally disorganized. It's over, Al. It's over. Kevin McBride is the winner. Mike Tyson quits on his skull. He's not coming out for the 7th round. It's all over. Kevin McBride has defeated Mike Tyson. Mike, first let's start with you. Did you want to continue?
Well, I would like to continue, but I saw that I was getting beat on. I realized I don't think I have it anymore because I got the ability to stay in shape, but I don't got the fighting guts. I don't think anymore.
When did you recognize that? At what part of the fight?
I don't know. Early into the fight. I'm just sorry I let everybody down. I just don't have this in my heart anymore.
Did you feel as though you had it coming into the fight?
No, I'm just fighting to take care of my bills, basically. I don't have the stomach for this kind of no more. I'm more conscious of my children and those guys looking at my appearance. I don't have that ferocity. I'm not an animal anymore.
Does that mean we won't see you fight again?
Yeah, most likely I'm not going to fight again. I'm not going to disrespect the sport anymore by building this caliber of fighters.
Mike, a lot of people wonder what you'll do now with your life. Boxing has been your whole life.
Well, I'm sure I'll find something to do. Boxing doesn't define me. I'm just sorry to disappoint the people in the city. I know I didn't have it in my stomach no more, but I was in dire needs to take care of my life. I'm just being honest. I'm not taking nothing away from Kevin. I don't love this no more. I'm missing it. I don't love this no more. I even love fighting since 1990. But Kevin, congratulations on your career. Good luck.
It's tired of fighting. Boxing has no place in my heart anymore. If I have any anger, if it's directed at anyone, it's directed at myself. Because I'm disappointed with myself. Because of things I should have done better, things I should have accomplished in my life, and things that I've done that I know was wrong towards the people I love most. In the past, when alcohol and drugs had got a hold of me, I was totally disrespectful. I was totally out of control. I had no respect for anybody. I had no respect for myself. I didn't care about people who loved me. I almost didn't care about my children. That's the only thing that kept me straight. And then we just decided to Mike, we have to check in. I became an addict, out of depression, and I had to eventually go to this program because it left a great sting in my heart and a big emptiness. I had all these things in life, but none of them fulfilled that big hole that I had in my life. But none fulfilled that. So I noticed if I can have all that and it hasn't fulfilled that hole that I had, it's not going to do it. So it has to be something else that I'm looking for. I don't know what I'm going to do, but it's something I'm dealing with. That's why coming to this program, I think, was the best thing that ever happened to me. I just want to see my kids get married and graduate from school. I want to see a grandchild. I want to see Mike Tyson with a grandchild. I wonder what that's going to be like. I want to stay out here. I want to see my kids grow. I want to be a better person in life. I don't like the person who I become. I know I've become. I'm an insane individual. I put all those drugs in my system. I do not want to do that any longer. I just want to be a decent human being, which I know I can be. I just feel good about myself now. I just have a better outlook on life, and I just want to make everything better. And then I can't make up for the past, of course, but I just want to have a healthy future. I'm interested in my health more than anything now. What I've done in the past is the history, and what I'm going to do in the future is the mystery.
Spirit of the streets, walks in the rain. From Brownsville to Spotville to Boxing King. Man, a machine, an animal, physical strength and intelligence. But that type of intellect y'all respect to connect those punches. Still as a kid, he stole lunches to making millions in the hundreds. Chaotic conscious, the rage, the stage, the grandeur. Had to endure slander. Took it like a man, cause the mighty stand alone. In the bigger at home, the penitentiary, barbed wire and stone. Was amped up like a champ up, even my brains in handcuffs. The Robin Hood, seasonal Santa. And y'all ain't give him nothing to begin with. Dilapidated building.
What up, Westside? What side? Yeah, the whole West Side on his team.
Like our Olympic athletes, we set our sights on the stars and we're going for the gold.
body slam each other, drop elbows, DDTs, double noggin knocker, the abdominal stretch, the iron claw, the Boston crab, the pile driver. And when Mad Dog was too tough for me, I would break out the steel chair. My mom's brother John was a bodybuilder. He gave me my brothers our first muscle magazines. He showed us how to work out. And the next weakness, instead of video games, we got the Hulkamania workouts. Mad Dog became a captain of the football team. Smelly and I both started competing in power. Then I broke the New York State record. That's when I first got into steroids. Larger than life. But in reality, I was a fat, pale kid from Poughkeepsie. You see, I come from an overweight family. My parents were always a little on the heavy side. I couldn't ask for a better mom. She did everything for her 3 boys. We went to church 3 times a week, and she even taught Sunday school. My dad was always there for us, too, and he even coached our Little League teams. I loved my dad, but he was never really my hero. I didn't want to be like him. I wanted to be like Arnold. Problem is, I was always too small, too short. People would say, "Hey, Little Bell, what's up, Little Bell?" I didn't want to be Little Bell. I wanted to be Big Bell. My older brother Mike was a little chubby, and every morning when he went to school, he'd get on the bus, and the kids would call him Pugsley. He didn't like that too much, so he beat some of those kids up. That's where he got the nickname Mad Dog. Mark was the baby of the family. He had a hard time in school. He was separated from his friends and put in a class with the special kids. It didn't make him feel very special at all. He hated school, so he spent all of his time playing sports. He'd come to the dinner table dripping with sweat. Mad Dog and I nicknamed him Smelly. So I was the short kid, Mad Dog was the fat kid, and Smelly had a learning disability. Okay, I get it. We're never going to make it, right? But for us, we knew muscles were the answer, and the holster showed us the way.
Train, say your prayers, and eat your vitamins. Be true to yourself, true to your country. Be a real American.
So we started training in the basement. We'd body slam each other, drop elbows, DDTs, double noggin knocker, the abdominal stretch, the iron claw, the Boston crab, the pile driver. And when Mad Dog was too tough for me, I would break out the steel chair. My mom's brother John was a bodybuilder, and he gave me and my brothers our first muscle magazines. It showed us how to work out. And the next Christmas, instead of video games, we got the Hulkamania workout center.
Are you ready to feel the hunger? Ladies and gentlemen,
Mad Dog became the captain of the football team, and Smelly and I both started competing in powerlifting. Soon I was the strongest kid in my high school. Then I broke the New York State record, and that's when I first got accused of using steroids. I knew guys who used them, but they were losers. If my heroes didn't need steroids, then neither did I. By the time I was a senior, I was one of the strongest kids in the country. Hulk Hogan was always talking about, "I'm gonna bang it down at Gold's Gym, Venice Beach, brother." I thought, that's where Arnold trains. That's where I need to be. I was going to be an American hero, and I was willing to do whatever it takes. 15 years since I got to California, and now I'm 44 years old. When Arnold was 33, he had already won the Mr. Olympia 7 times. Stallone had already made Rocky 1 and Rocky 2, and the Hulkster had already been the heavyweight champion 4 years in a row. I really thought muscles were going to be the answer, but all they got me was a job selling gym memberships. I still train every day at Gold's, but the only thing left of Arnold is a cheap mural on the wall and a bunch of guys telling stories about the old days. Like my buddy Paul.
It's changed a lot in all these years, you know.
Changed a lot? How long have you been here?
Since 1980. Of course, Arnold was on the scene, and Arnold, nobody had ever seen anybody who looked like Arnold. Sylvester Stallone had just done the Rocky movies. He was the type of guy that I could relate to.
Paul even got a chance to work with Sly and Over the Top.
I should be able to blow them away real easy. I couldn't believe the dream was coming true.
And did you get a chance to do it again?
No, but I'm hoping to get back in shape to be able to make that a reality. You can be on the street one day, and you can be in a penthouse the next. Anything's possible. This is my humble abode.
Your humble abode right here? So do you actually live in the van?
I actually live in it. Well, I sleep in it. Let's put it this way.
You sleep in it. And then you train over here.
You can see bands like this. Guys come from all over the world, sleep in their cars, this and that, anything to get a chance to train at Gold's Gym, because we had something special here.
What would you say to people that say, like, you know, the dream's over, man, you're 50 years old, like,
yeah.
What would you say to those people?
They're the ones that are short-sighted. Now, in 6 months, I can still be in the van, but if I can outlift everybody, I can out-squat them, out-bench them, out-deadlift them, who's the king? Guys like you and me can fulfill our dreams. We can train. Game ain't over. The sun is shining. And it ain't over.
Is that going to be me in 20 years? I did everything my heroes said. I trained, I said my prayers, I ate my vitamins. Where did I go wrong? Hey. Good morning. Hi. What teams did you make this for?
I made it for Arlington football team. It was the first time ever they won a bowl game. They used to call them Rosie's Cookie Bars, and they really believe that they help them win all the games.
Would that be like performance enhancement?
It's not an enhancement. It's a little bit of sugar, which can get you going, carbs. But it's all natural ingredients. There's no steroids in here. Eating your mom's cooking is sort of comforting, don't you think?
Sure.
Things change, but the cookie bars remain, that's for sure.
My mom likes to think that the world is as pure as her cookie bars, but life isn't always like that. And a lot of things we grew up believing ended up not being true. First, I found out there's no such thing as Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny. That kind of sucked. Then I saw this news report.
The Iron Sheik had been arrested recently, along with wrestler Saw Jim Duggan, while driving along the Garden State Parkway. The Iron Sheik was charged with possession of cocaine and marijuana. What has interested most wrestling fans in this case is that the Iron Sheik and Hacksaw are known to be adversaries. So why were they traveling together?
Yeah, I thought these guys hated each other.
Wham! Right back to the Iron Sheik.
Was there a feud all made up? Wrestling? Fake? Who's left to believe in it? Well, at least I still had my heroes.
Oh, it's time.
Never.
Today, Hogan admits the famous physique resulted in 12 years of steroids.
Truth is, all my heroes had a dirty little secret.
Hollywood actor Sylvester Stallone has been charged with importing bodybuilding drugs when he visited Australia last month.
Did you take steroids?
I took them for the competition.
I was always against steroids, and when I found out that all my heroes used them, I'd like to say it didn't bother me, but it really did. I can't imagine how my mom would feel if she found out that both of my brothers were on steroids right now. My older brother started using steroids when he went to play Division I football at the University of Cincinnati.
When I got to Cincinnati, these practices were so cool and learning much more than what I expected. Coaches would say, you got to get bigger, you got to get stronger, you got to get faster.
Was it intimidating?
No, a lot different than I thought it was going to be.
You called me from Cincinnati and asked me for money.
steroids. I said, well, you need that for. He says, I can't compete here. So I'm like, well, I don't know what that is. It sounds like drugs. He goes, it is drugs. I say, well, I'm not going to send you money for drugs. If you want drugs, go get a job.
I remember at one point, I think he maybe came home for a break or he did something, and he told me, hey, can you help me out? And you pulled down your pants, you're like, you have to inject this in me. And I hated it, because I was totally against steroids. I hated it. You're like, come on, just do it. You have to do it.
You gotta help your big brother out, man. There was no decision at all. Everybody else that was doing well was on him.
Shortly after getting on the juice, Mad Dog quit college to pursue an even bigger dream.
Oh, look at that now! Here we go! Black belt!
I couldn't believe it. That was my big brother wrestling on TV.
Oh, man!
Mad Dog wanted to be a superstar. But who's what they call a jobber? That's the guy they pay to get beat up and make the other guys look good. He didn't care, though. He was going to get himself a contract and headline WrestleMania. But he never got the contract. And eventually, WWE stopped pumping him. Why did you think he didn't make it?
Probably mostly my own fault. I went from being a guy who used steroids to a guy who used steroids and pot, and I still needed to escape reality. So I started taking ecstasy, cocaine, acid, painkillers.
Mad Dog always told me that he'd rather be dead than average. And when he thought his dream was over, he couldn't cope with the failure.
So I had a bottle of liquid lead, a bottle of NyQuil, and then 4 boxes of cigarettes. Went down to the river, down by the railroad tracks, parked my car, took everything.
And he had tried to walk into he tried to walk into the
He was
Hudson
down.
River.
So did you take all the sleeping pills and the lead added?
There's no way I should be alive right now. There's no way.
It's 10 years later, and despite everything that happened, Mad Dog is still trying to get that contract, trying to keep the dream alive.
I've been all over the world, from Singapore to Louisville, and it doesn't matter. You line them up, I'll knock them down.
You can see why you never made it. Mad Dog used to wrestle in front of a television audience of 10 million people every week. But tonight, he's wrestling at the Portuguese Men's Center in front of 200 people for about $50. And instead of wrestling Bret the Hitman Hart, he's facing the G-Town, and he's getting his ass kicked. My baby brother Smelly was always trying to keep up, and despite everything that happened to Mad Dog, he followed in his footsteps anyway, becoming a pro wrestler and using steroids. The reason I decided to use steroids was simple. I just needed to get bigger. That was pretty much it. But unlike when Mad Dog started using steroids, Smelly had a wife to consider. When you got married, did you ever think that your husband would be injecting himself with something?
No, I mean, that didn't even enter in my conscious thought. When I first met him, he was against steroids. I mean, he was just like, you don't need to do it. I've never done them. I just don't believe in them.
I was pretty upset about it because I didn't want it to come to that. I was kind of scared. I didn't want to inject this oil into my body. I thought I was just, I thought it was weird.
He's not a huge guy, he's 6 feet if he's lucky, and so I knew that it was definitely going to help because, that's what it does with steroids. So make you bigger. So
Basically said, do what you need to do.
Jake with the day.
After their son was born, Smelly decided the life of a pro wrestler was not exactly what he wanted it to be. Well, Jake, looking back now, having a contract means that you belong to WWE. You have to travel, married, kid. That's really all I need. House, kid, wife. They settled down in the suburbs, and Smelly even opened up his own gym. Yeah, my little brother gave up the wrestling for respecting the family, but he didn't quite give up everything. Now that I'm into it, I realize it's not really all that bad. I love steroids. I mean, I think I'll probably be on and off probably forever.
That's what you train for. That's what you do.
I thought that we had an agreement that he did it for wrestling. Now he's not wrestling anymore, so naturally, I thought he would just stop.
In my mind, there's no excuse not being as strong as possible. You do what you got to do to win.
Come on, Chris, let's do this now. Let's give it up for him.
There it is. Come on now.
Nice try, Chris. Nice try.
If you are apprehensive about taking a steroid or you're apprehensive about trying some new methods, then maybe you're not cut out to be a champion. I guess I'm not cut out to be a champion. Because I tried steroids, but I felt so guilty I had to stop. I'm going to win first overall. And now I can't even compete in the sport I grew up loving. I mean, my baby brother just beat me. I'm 130 pounds. We all grew up in the same house. So why are my brothers fine with steroids, but I'm not? What would you say the differences are between three kids? Yeah.
Well, I always kind of say it like this. You were in the middle of two guys that were very strapping, athletic, and you were tiny and short in stature. So I worked extra hard to make you feel extra special. One day I took you in your room. I don't know if you remember this conversation where I said, Christopher, what's the best part of an Oreo cookie? What is the best part of an Oreo cookie? The middle. That's right. So even though you have two sides of a cookie on this end, the middle part is the most delicious. Everybody wants the middle. They even made double stuff.
Yep, this is pretty much how it was growing up. Mom stayed at home with the kids while Dad wore a suit and tie and went to work. He was at IBM for 20 years until he was downsized. But now he has his own business doing taxes. Everybody thinks that success in America is $9. That's not true. Well, true heroes are people who go to work every day and do their job and remember their goals to the best of their ability. I wanted to be Hulk Hogan. I wanted to be Arnold. I wanted to be Sylvester Stallone. Did you have heroes like that growing up when you were a kid? Yeah, we did. We had heroes like Mickey Mantle, Monty Maris, but I knew I could never aspire. Because back then, you grew up, you graduated, you got married, and had kids. Yeah, my dad had the American dream. You know, marry your high school sweetheart, buy a house, and take your kids to see the Yankees. Things are different now, and even baseball's changed from when my dad was growing up. And now when I think of baseball, I don't think about the Babe or Hammer and Hank. I think of steroids. After the strike of '94, baseball was almost dead. But then Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa started smashing home runs, racing towards a single-season record. You see, about 1,000 years ago, Babe Ruth hit 60 home runs in one season. And then when my parents were still kids, Roger Maris hit number 61. He was the home run champ for 37 years until Big Mac came along and crushed that record with 70 home runs, and baseball was saved.
Mark McGwire, you have just broken the home run record. What are you going to do next? We're going to Disney World.
I guess Barry Bonds wanted to go to Disney World too, because in 2001, he smashed 73 bombs to break McGwire's record. See, baseball players used to be scrawny, but now these guys were jacked, and it was cool. They started looking like pro wrestlers.
If you were to construct a home run hitter in a lab, put him together, he'd look like that.
Turns out that was kind of what was going on.
A man with ties to some big-name athletes has been charged with providing performance-enhancing drugs to the pros.
The guy with the pencil-thin mustache is Victor Conte. He used to be the bass player for Tower of Power. But when that career didn't work out, he did what any failed musician would do. He started selling undetectable steroids to athletes.
Can you name names?
There will be a naming of names. Conte's files named over 250 athletes, including the home run king himself, Barry Bonds. And then something even crazier happened. Jose Canseco wrote a book. The surprise wasn't that he was literate, it's what he wrote about. He said he'd been taking steroids since '86, that 80% of baseball is off the juice, and that he personally injected his former badge brother, Mark McGwire, in the ass.
The line, McGwire.
Do you want to know the terrifying truth? Or do you want to see me suck a few dingers?
All right. Congress wants to haul a bunch of baseball players up to Capitol Hill to talk about steroids.
In 2005, Congress spent 151 days in session. They spent 8 of those days debating steroids in sports. That's more time than they spent on national health care, why the levees broke in New Orleans, and more than ending the war in Iraq. Apparently, the United States Congress takes this whole national pastime thing kind of seriously.
I'm a baseball fan. I always have been.
Let me just start by saying that I'm a huge baseball fan.
For me, baseball is not a game, it's a passion.
We have every right to be concerned that the national pastime and all that it represents has been threatened by the selfish actions of a few.
There's something simply un-American about this.
If using steroids makes the Bash Brothers un-American, what does that make the Bell Brothers?
Congressman Kanjorski, you think that this is not a matter for the U.S. Congress to be deliberating?
I just don't think it's necessary. Why are we just going to call 7 people and what importance are they? The last 52 years, we've only done it 25 times. 14 of those times were by the Un-American Activities Committee.
Are you now, have you ever been a member of the Communist Party?
Yes, sir. I'm not here to talk about the past.
I have never used steroids, period. Did you know that other players were using steroids?
I have never seen a syringe. I've never seen steroids.
But in locker room gossip, you may not have seen it. People talk, right? This guy's doing something, that guy's doing something.
Now, Mr. McGuire, would you like to comment on that? You don't want to comment? Are you taking a bit?
This is about values. It's about our culture. It's about who we define ourselves to be. We want to define to a foreign country what we're about. And you're going to show a film. What'd you go show?
Hey, how about Rocky IV? There's nothing more American than that. The big Russian trains in a high-tech facility with a whole team of scientists and trainers. And of course, he takes steroids. Meanwhile, Rocky's out there lifting logs, chopping wood, training in a barn, the all-natural way. Because only commies would take steroids, right? Sure, Sly. Whatever you say. The truth is, steroids were the secret weapon that helped America fight the Russians on the Olympic battlefield. And it all began here. York Barbell, Pennsylvania.
You're an Olympic coach. Do you see a lot of steroid use going on?
Much. Yeah, much.
Smitty's 83. One of the old timers. He was the coach of the Olympic weightlifting team back then.
I've never thought it was cheating.
No. No, because we figured everybody was taking it. Figured even Steven.
Smitty told me the story about how anabolic steroids were first introduced to the U.S. Olympic team. It was the late 1950s, and the Russians were dominating America in the space race and at the Olympics. But one night, the Russian coach got drunk and told the American coach they'd been injecting their athletes with steroids. The American coach raced home and developed an even more powerful steroid, specifically for Team USA. So if steroids actually helped America beat the commies, how did it get such a bad rap?
Last week, former NFL defense lineman Lyle Alzado told NBC News that steroids were the cause of his inoperable brain cancer. How long were you on steroids?
Most of my pro career. And it got me where I wanted.
Lyle Alzado went from being the toughest son of a bitch in the NFL to being a sad, dying man. Everything I saw on TV taught me that steroids kill.
Some alarming news about steroid use tonight.
A drug bust in Phoenix, Arizona. Not for heroin or cocaine, but for something just as dangerous.
Health damage from steroids can include heart, joint, and reproductive problems.
This is a drug that kills.
What happens is these retarded idiots that give us the news, these talking heads that babble on TV, give us this rhetoric that comes from not one single expert. And they say ridiculous things like steroids will kill you, they'll rot your kidneys, they'll give you cancer, they'll do all these horrible things that are just not true.
John Romano is the senior editor of a bodybuilding magazine, and he disagrees with what his media colleagues think of steroids.
How can we hear constantly in the news that people are dying from taking steroids?
Show me the bodies.
Lyle Alzado.
Lyle Alzado didn't die from steroids. I trained him for 2 years. He didn't die from steroids. He died from a brain tumor.
I don't know of any of my colleagues that his sexual nervous system would fall into his use of steroids.
Dr. Charles Salas has published over 70 articles on the use of steroids. He is one of the top experts in the world on drugs and sports.
Are steroids killing me?
Good question. They've been used in medicine since the late 1930s. I hope we haven't been purposely killing people. Can
they be used safely?
These drugs are a boon in the medical profession. They're a miracle drug for people with muscle wasting. They are a miracle drug for burn victims, for cancer patients, people recovering from surgery,
and for people with AIDS, like Jeff Taylor. Jeff has been fighting HIV for 25 years, and he says steroids saved his life.
Back in '92, I was down to 2 T cells, and very sick. I developed PCP. Both my legs collapsed. I almost didn't make it. I came out of the hospital. So I started researching and found a clinical trial in a study of antibiotic to test how it worked in people with HIV. I signed myself up, got a fairly high cancer, responded amazing. I gained 30 pounds in 6 weeks, and I gained 302 cells.
So these drugs have cognitive powers. If you're sick, they'll help you. If you're a healthy athlete, they'll kill you. How can you say that steroids are a national public health crisis when you have people dropping dead at a rate you can measure by the minute as a result of alcohol and tobacco?
According to the CDC, tobacco kills about 435,000 Americans every year. Alcohol kills about 75,000. And deaths from anabolic steroid abuse, 3. But steroids also show up in some other statistics, emergency room visits. But it's not exactly number 1 on the list. That would be alcohol. Or number 2, that's cocaine. Or number 3, that's marijuana. Gotta be top 10 though, right? Not quite. How about top 25? Top 100? Keep going. Try number 142. That's even after multivitamins.
Education is important, but what you have to watch out is embellishing. If you look at reefer madness, it cause you to be a start raving, murdering lunatic. Very funny to watch because it goes so over the edge.
The next tragedy may be that of your daughter, or your son, or your
physicians and sports scientists have done that with the best of intentions in this area. Oh, steroids are going to cause you to drop over dead in your tracks, and so on. And the athletes are looking around, so geez, I haven't seen that many guys die.
Are steroids killing people? Steroids clearly are killing people, both the short term and in the long term.
Dr. Gary Wilder is an advisor to the World Anti-Doping Agency and the media's go-to guy when it comes to steroids.
We know it's been associated with stroke in young people, for which there was no other obvious explanation. We know it's been associated with heart attacks, for which there was no other obvious explanation. We know it increases clotting.
What bothers me is people like Dr. Gary Wilder, who's a physician, and going before Congress and saying these things, and when confronted, please produce a single article that shows any of this in any scientific way, can't do it.
Dr. Norm Faust is a professor of medical ethics with a research focus on performance-enhancing drugs.
I'm not denying that there aren't some serious adverse effects from anabolic steroids. It's just that we haven't been able to demonstrate any of them. Maybe that's because we don't study them. One of the problems with the ban on steroids is that it's impossible to do the kind of research that would answer these questions.
Some purists would like to see those studies done. Well, I can assure you they never will be done. It's totally unethical study to do. So we have to use the information we have in hand.
Depression, convulsions, anxiety, jaundice, myocardial infarction, which is heart attack, eczema, abscess, vaginal pain, vaginal discharge. You want to know what I'm reading this from? What's that say? Thank you. I mean, look, peanuts are dangerous. Understand? There are people that take a peanut, they have a peanut, and they go into anaphylactic shock. The airway closes up, that's it, they die. Now, does that mean that we ban peanuts and sue God for making them? What we do is we say, okay, peanut warnings.
There is no safe drug. There is no safe drug that ever exists. There's always a benefit to risk ratio. You name the drug, X% of people will suffer adverse effects.
Do you feel any side effects ever?
Yeah, I've had some side effects, acne, hair growth. Some side effects that I've had right here. No, just on my chest, my back and stuff.
I never break out. My back doesn't break out. I don't get hairy from it. Yeah, infested fever after fever, then they come back. And, it's normal.
All strength.
All strength.
Who needs them?
What
about testosterone? I have some friends who say it is like a wonder drug. It makes them feel great. It makes them feel, frisky and young, and it's great for their skin.
The negative side effects would be I love the singing voice. Hair like a monkey from my head to my toes. I mean, hair growing out in places you don't even want to talk about.
I mean, I want to stay feminine. I think that's why I get so much work, is because I still look like a woman. Yeah, I still have hard muscles.
In my experience, steroids are just going to make you more of whatever you are. If you're a jerk and you take steroids, you're a super jerk, right? You've seen that, right? You go beyond. You're an asshole.
I've never seen roid rage. I've never seen any difference in his personality or how he's with me, how he is with Jake. It hasn't done anything that all those after-school specials tell you that it's going to do.
Bryce, I gotta get bigger, man. This might help. Steroids.
What is going on with you?
Oh, damn it!
Well, I was visiting my brother and his family. They told me they were thinking of having another child, but that another possible side effect of steroids was on their minds.
If you couldn't have another kid, it would be something that you regret because you get steroids.
Yeah, if it was simply from that, yeah, I'd probably regret it. But there's a lot of things people regret in life, so I'm not, it's a decision I made, and it's a decision I'll have to live with, whatever the consequences are. It's been 15 years since Alzado died.
Why did you lie to me?
I was afraid. Looking back on Maria's driver's interview, I can't help but wonder, why wasn't she asking the real questions? Like, is this going to happen to my husband? Did she really believe Lyle? Or was this just the beginning of the steroid myth? And even though the experts know a lot more about steroids, you sure wouldn't know it from watching the news.
Tonight, one of the nation's most serious drug problems, and it's only getting worse. It's steroids.
Professional wrestler Chris Benoit killed his wife, 7-year-old son, and then hung himself. Why did he do it? Steroids found in the house.
The steroids cause suicidal tendency.
They hallucinate, they hear voices, depression, paranoia, and
Steroids could be the actual cause for the Benoit murder.
Speculation is running really.
I think these drugs could affect one's
Now
mindset
we
and
know your whole personality.
Let's cut through the crap. This is Steroids 101. First of all, the term steroids is often misused to describe any performance-enhancing drug, when in fact, many of these drugs are not actually steroids at all. So what are steroids? Well, steroids are synthetic versions of hormones that your body produces naturally. Like cortisone, that's a steroid. It signals the body to break down inflammation. Birth control pills are steroids too, made from the female sex hormones, estrogen and progesterone. But the steroids that get all the negative attention are anabolic steroids, made from the male sex hormone, testosterone, which tells the body to increase muscle size and strength and helps you recover from workouts faster. Like any drug, anabolic steroids do have side effects, and if you abuse them, the side effects will be worse. For men, they can cause acne, hair growth, raise cholesterol, shrink your testicles, and lower your sperm count, which can even make you sterile. But all of these side effects are reversible when you go off the drugs. Otherwise, steroids don't cause baldness, but if it runs in your family, they might make you go bald faster. And they can also cause gynecomastia, or what the gym rats call bitch tits. For women, in addition to acne and hair growth, steroids can cause a deepened voice, menstrual problems, and can enlarge the clitoris, and some of these are not reversible. And for kids, some experts think steroids can stunt growth by closing growth plates prematurely. That's actually never been proven. There's also no proof that steroids cause cancer, kidney failure, and only oral steroids in high dosages can cause liver problems. And it's true that steroids may be one of 1,000 risk factors that can lead to heart disease. But then again, low testosterone is another big risk factor. And roid rage, steroids can increase aggression. That only happens in about 5% of the population. And even then, they can't make you psychotic. And as for the long-term side effects, we don't know. No one's ever done those studies.
At what point do we say that a behavior is such that people just shouldn't be allowed to engage in it? I mean, we do allow people to do lots of things that can hurt themselves.
America's new junkies, plastic surgery addicts.
I've had like
my eyes done, rhinoplasty, chin, flap, pectoral implants, bicep implants, buttock augmentation, and the ones I can remember right offhand.
Common sense tells you this is dangerous and foolish. You wouldn't risk your neck in a trick like this. Common sense tells us that being shot out of a cannon is dangerous business. Handling dynamite. This too looks dangerous.
Whether it's bungee jumping or skydiving or black diamond skiing, all of them are fun to do, but would subject one to tremendous risks with no real necessity. So if we allow all of those other risks, why is it that we're taking this position with respect to anabolic steroids?
And it's a fair start. And it's Raymond Kern with his
1988, Seoul, Korea. A Canadian sprinter, Ben Johnson, defeated his arch rival Carl Lewis in the 100-meter sprint to become the fastest man in history.
Sure got our spirit up. That's right. Hey, Benny!
But 24 hours later, he tested positive for steroids, and they gave the gold medal to our guy, Carl Lewis.
There was a international uproar over the idea that this Canadian sprinter had gotten an advantage based on his use of an anabolic steroid for its performance effect. And Congress responded by holding some hearings.
Ben Johnson would not have been in the finals. He probably would not have been on the Olympic team had he not taken steroids.
Congress wanted to pass a law that would control steroids the same way as drugs like cocaine and heroin, and they called experts from the DEA, the FDA, and the American Medical Association. But they all testified that steroids should not be treated like illicit drugs. So Congress disregarded their experts, and in 1990, they passed the Anabolic Steroid Control Act, turning non-medical users into federal drug criminals.
This wasn't so much about health effects. It was really on what these things do that's good, in the sense that they build muscle, they improve the way that people can perform. And that, in a sports context, was seen as the ultimate evil. If we took a pie chart of steroid use, and we looked at what percentage of that pie is comprised of athletes, they would be a very, very, very small slice of that pie. The overwhelming majority of the pie is comprised of the recreational gym rat who's doing it purely for cosmetic reasons. The irony is that we've addressed a sports cheating issue by creating a law that affects all the folks who aren't cheating in sports.
One look at Gregory Valentino's arms, and you know something's going on. The 40-year-old is charged with criminal possession of anabolic steroids with intent to sell.
Some people may call Greg Valentino a freak and a felon. I call him a neighbor. He lives down the block from my grandma. He also happens to have the biggest biceps in the world.
Holy crap.
Do you have difficulty with just sort of the regular things in life, like making a sandwich?
No. I can hit a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Anybody want to challenge me? Let's do it.
I'll show you. Watch this. Oh! Come on, Greg. Oh, fuck. Told you I'm no Barry Bonds. I'm a red meat man. I eat a lot of red meat.
What do you think people in America are so uptight about steroids and steroid users?
Because they fear. They fear what they don't know. You know? That's ugly. Who the hell would want to look like that? You know what I mean? I don't want to look like that.
Why'd you want to look like that, Ben?
I mean, I like being big. I had small man complex, you know? And I'd be like, I don't want to be little, you know? I wanted to be taller, so I couldn't grow taller. You're wider.
Personally, like, I think in the picture you showed me,
I look better.
Your arms look a lot better there than they look now, right? I mean,
Without a doubt. I would rather look like that. Do you think girls look at me and go, oh my God, that's hot? They're like, look at that. That's fucking gross. I walk into a club, and the hottest girl could be there with her boyfriend. And her boyfriend will see me and mush her in the face to get over to me, just to say to me, like, dude, what the fuck?
You're getting attention from the guys, not from the girl.
Oh, I don't give a shit. It's attention. You know what I mean? I can't explain it to you. It's like it's the mindset. Does that make sense? But I'll tell you what, when I'm done, my biceps are humongous.
For myself, I'm kind of on the fence. I have two brothers. They're both taking steroids right as we speak right now. I don't know if I want people to think I'm not cheating, or to look at me and say, wow, you know, like, you really have a great build. But do you think I should take steroids to get there?
I think steroids are as American as apple pie. We live in a society today that you got MTV and reality shows, Madonna's making out with Britney Spears, rap music, and all that shit. You're worried about steroids? Kids are like, fuck you, cop. Fuck you, man. Playing video games like Grand Theft Auto where you're killing cops. That's worse influence, in my opinion, than steroids will ever be. And Barry Bonds hitting home runs. There's a big difference between a kid taking steroids, who's only had hair on his dick a couple years, as opposed to a grown man looking to perform better at a better level in sports. And where is Schwarzenegger in all this? I mean, he is the poster boy for steroids. He's the poster boy for, hey, look at me, look what I did. I came, I conquered, I kicked ass. That autobiography says he was doing it when he was 15, 16. Hey, he won a Mr. Universe at 19 years old. 19. Did you ever see what he looked like when he was 19? Do you think it was God give him genetics, or do you think that maybe he took the performance enhancers? A lot of people idolize these guys, whether it's a rock star, bodybuilder, movie star, whoever. And all of a sudden you get to meet them. And man, is it a letdown. Because they're never, ever what they appear to be. The guy you see in public like this has got the middle finger under the table going like this. It's never what you see is what you get. It's what you see is what they want you to see. Everybody idolized Schwarzenegger growing up. Everybody thought, man, I want to lift weights and live a pure life like Arnold, and I'm going to eat all my vegetables and take my protein shakes. Maybe I'll move out to California and train at Gold's Gym. I'm going to get really big. I'm going to win contests. I'm going to be a movie star, too.
Please welcome a man whose story embodies the American dream.
One thing I learned about America is that if you work hard and if you play by the rules, this country is truly open to you. You can achieve anything.
That is a pipe dream. That is a pipe dream, okay? To get where Arnold got in life, you have to be willing to step on a few fingers and step on a few friends and fuck a few people over. You don't get to that level without that. In this world, you're either the barracuda or you're that little minnow swimming around like this. And Arnold's the barracuda.
We all exercise a little bit together with the dumbbells. Come on now. Let's do some presses here.
In the same year that George Bush Sr. Control Act, he also made Arnold Schwarzenegger the chairman of the President's Council on Physical Fitness. So I'm confused. Was the president saying that a former steroid user can still be a role model for kids?
You gotta exercise. Yeah, pump up muscle.
Enter Steve Rogers, too puny to be accepted by the Army, but willing to risk death for his country. He's changing right before our eyes. Suddenly it is over, and America has a new champion.
Why do you think in America superheroes are so important?
People need heroes, whether in real life or in fiction, because they need somebody to inspire them, something to aim for, somebody to try to be like. I think any boy would want to be built like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Did you ever want to be big and muscular like that?
I wanted to be a little. When I go to the beach, I used to wish that my arms were always strong. I look more like the 98-pound weakling.
Did that ever inspire you, that Charles Atlas comic strip? Did that inspire you?
It inspired everyone.
Let me teach you how to become strong.
When you're young, you get impressions that pretty much last you all your life.
If you step up and show up, play hard, you're going to play. All right, get a break.
Smelly's now a coach for the local high school football team. Kind of like Arnold, he just wants to give back to the kids.
Going to school was pretty painful for me. Oftentimes, I find a kid who was like me, maybe didn't have the best confidence, and show them how to lift weights and build them up physically and mentally.
He's the kind of guy who getting left, but just totally turning around. Like, it keeps me going, it keeps me motivated about something.
He works with those high school kids. That's his passion. Not a lot of kids have like a strong male figure in their life. I mean, a lot of people, they're usually very selfish, but he's not. I mean, I've never really met anyone like that.
There's a gym in Columbus, Ohio, where the strongest guys in the world train. It's called Westside Barbell, and this is where Smelly learned from his role model, Louis Simmons.
I've got a philosophy like many. When you go to war, you go to kill. You don't go to eat.
There's nobody in this place that's not trying to be the best athlete in the
world. Everybody here is trying to achieve an elite level of success.
Pretty much as you're a kid, you always want to be the strongest. You always want to be the strongest guy. You still want to be that.
In 1959, my father showed me a book. It was about the Russians taking testimony. That's what I wanted to hear. First chance I got, I'm going to do something with this, so I did. I've actually been on that bug short for 36 years. Is it something I should be morally battling, or like should I be fine with doing? Your morals are your morals, not mine. Who am I to judge you? And who are you to judge me? You want to be strong or you want to be weak? But you can't be strong without doing steroids. You can't be as strong as possible. You want to reach the top, you're going to have to do it. Everybody thinks anabolic steroids is an easy way out. The people that train for anabolic steroids train way harder than people who don't. Regardless of what people think of Rick Bonds, you can't take a bottle of testosterone, put on Barry's baseball uniform, and make him hit 700 home runs. Barry's got to go out and train to hit 700 home runs. But what if the scientists came up with something better than anabolic steroids? You see cows, you see immense, powerful cows that they basically have changed their genes. If they could change your genes, would that be illegal? What would they do then? Just ban sports in general? Oh, my Lord. When people see these, is the first question how many hormones you pump in?
Well, there's two comments. One would be, oh my gosh, what did you do to that thing? And secondly, it looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
This is a Belgian blue bull. 2,600 pounds. All muscle, all natural. So tell me again, you're all natural. You're not taking anything. I think you're ready for Congress. He has a genetic mutation that allows him to grow double muscle, and scientists have figured out how to genetically alter humans the same way. Dr. Lee Sweeney is using this technology to try to cure muscular dystrophy.
It's obviously going to become more and more evident that, what we call talent is, really genetic variation. There's genetic enhancement available that might be able to, give you what nature didn't give you. Trying to figure out how to do it in the safest way is something that hasn't been worked out.
If you find out that it's safe, would you be somebody who would say, hey,
yeah, I'm interested.
It seems like this is the future of sports, gene doping.
I would do it.
Will gene doping ruin sports in America?
I don't think so. I mean, I think anytime there's a new technology, everyone says, okay, we have to stand back and think about what this is really going to be to society. And I think that's the debate we will come to in the coming decades.
Good sportsmanship. You know what that means? Play fair.
When I was a kid, cheating was pretty clear-cut. Like when the $1 Million Man hired the referee's evil twin brother to cheat the holster out of his title. Cheating in other sports wasn't all that different. Remember when Joe Negro was caught scuffing the ball with an emery board?
Something came out of his pocket.
Or what about when the Patriots were playing the Dolphins and they hired an ex-con to clear a spot in the snow for the field goal kick? You can't do that.
I think it's the most unfair thing that I've ever been associated in.
Or like when Rosie Ruiz won the Boston Marathon.
The mystery woman winner, we missed her at all our checkpoints.
I take steroids, you can take a bus. And who can forget Tanya Harding hired a goon to take out Nancy Kerrigan's knee?
Why?
I guess if you can't beat him with a lead pipe. But somehow, steroids seem kind of different.
I thought in undergraduate school and in college I was a pretty good athlete. But I find myself angry in my gut. Because these are the same guys who would have taken me out. Not because they had more God-given natural talent than me, but because they enhanced artificial means.
Using steroids is cheating. Like a whole bunch of other stuff should be cheating too. Take Tiger Woods, for example. He had LASIK eye surgery. And now his vision's 2015. That's better than perfect.
My eyes are stable. My game's a lot better. I feel pretty good coming in.
In a game that relies so much on depth perception, wouldn't superhuman vision be a performance enhancement? Then there's cortisone shots. They help Kurt Schilling win the World Series. And those are steroids too. Truth is, corticosteroids can have worse side effects than anabolic steroids, but they're used in sports every day.
He had a 20-minute cortisone shot after Monday's match after his back tightened up.
Here's an even more confusing example. Floyd Landis claims that he did not take steroids to win the Tour de France.
Truth is, I didn't use testosterone like I'm accused of doing. I didn't cheat. I didn't do anything outside of the rules. I wanted to run clean, and I deserved to win. I'm proud of it. I was.
But he did sleep in his own altitude chamber.
I got my altitude chamber out by the garbage stand.
So you made this?
Yeah, it's not actually that hard. I didn't make the pipe. I just got the pipe from some construction site and put it in water tank.
Is the result pretty good?
For me, it makes a difference.
And how do you like to stay in here?
Sleeping there all night, 6 or 7 hours.
Is your wife like, what are you doing? I'm going to go sleep in the chamber?
She hates it.
So you just climb in there?
Yeah, you want to try? You won't have a monitor in there, but I have it set to like about 13,000 feet.
See, sleeping in an altitude chamber produces a lot more red blood cells, which means more oxygen in your system, which means more endurance for a cyclist or a long-distance runner. There are 4 ways to increase your red blood cell count. You can sleep in an altitude chamber, like Floyd, or you can just train at the U.S. Olympic Training Center at 6,000 feet in Colorado. Then there's blood donor. That's when you draw your own blood a month before the big race, then re-inject it the night before. Finally, there's a drug called EPO, which simply tells your body to produce more red blood cells. So that's 4 ways to do the exact same thing, but 2 are allowed and 2 are cheating.
You done yet?
Hey, that's kind of weird.
No, it's nice, man. Once you get used to it, it's nice sleeping.
What's heartbreaking is my 8-year-old, my 2 favorite apples are very balanced in that search. My 4-year-old is obsessed with Floyd Landis. So what do you tell these kids? I talk to people all the time and they go, who can my kids believe? And what I tell them is nobody.
I ask not to be judged, and much less to be sentenced by anyone.
You can't trust anybody now because the test is so ineffective. You don't know who's really clean and who's really dirty.
Were you taking any sort of drugs for that race?
Not what they find me with. No.
You were taking other stuff.
Other stuff, yeah.
But isn't that still cheating?
Still cheating, yeah. Like everybody else.
So that's how you justify it, it's like everybody's cheating.
Yes.
When I interviewed Ben Johnson, he just basically said, look, everybody was on something.
Well, Ben, and bless his heart, he's got to say that so everyone's on something. That's justifying his own means.
So he has a problem with you.
You have a problem. We were taking that victory stand. We were on the stand, and he got the gold medal. He didn't smile. He never smiled. He never celebrated. And the thing is, he couldn't really inside share in the joy of winning. He cheated.
He did cheat. Everybody cheats. Nobody's in this world is perfect. Nobody in his life is perfect. Nobody. They know that 6 American copies that's constantly being sold, and they hush it up because the biggest money comes from America. So who's gonna get shafted? Americans or Ben Johnson?
I think that Ben Johnson was unfairly singled out. I think that there's always scapegoats.
Is there a lot of drug use going on?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Dr. Exler was director of anti-doping at the U.S. Olympic Committee for 10 years. He thought his job was to stop drugs in sports, but his bosses had other priorities. He told me that over 2,000 American athletes failed their drug tests, including Carl Lewis, and they were covered up. Nobody believes Carl Lewis ever failed a drug test. Do you have any proof?
Oh, certainly. We have just boxes of proof for everything that I say. There it is. Here's a letter from then Executive Director Aaron Pittenger to his students.
Must confirm that analysis for your specimen B was positive for pseudoephedrine, phenylpropyl. What is this?
Phenylpropyl.
IOC banned stimulants. The policy of the USOC is finding this cause for disqualification from the Olympic team for the 1988 Summer Olympic Games in Seoul, Korea. Wow.
This was basically a letter that said that you had failed the test and that there was a consequence to that deal. As we all know, that didn't come about.
You actually received a letter or a call that you had failed a drug test because of some stimulants?
Yeah, it was like a cold medicine type thing, an herbal supplement.
They made up this term called inadvertent use. An athlete took something without meaning to take it or without meaning to gain an advantage from taking it.
And so they made that up to basically kind of let people off the hook.
Oh, yeah.
Carl's stories, it's been cold medicine, it's been a tea, it's
some kind of training. It's a stigma.
So you're saying these athletes know
They
what's
totally know. I mean, they are bombarded with banned substances.
A lot of people say you failed the drug test, you raced against Ben Johnson, and that maybe the gold medal should go to the guy.
I understand. There are a lot of people that are going to go to their grave saying, I know he did it. And you know what? The hell.
You cannot fault the athlete for doing that. You can't fault Carl when Carl's belief is that the system sets some rules and that you need to follow them. And they made an exception in his case. They made an exception in a lot of people's cases. But it's the system that actually teaches athletes to think that way. For me, the whole level playing field was a myth. If we could not do anything to take the doping out of sports, doping is meant to be in sports.
The first all-drug Olympics open today in Bogota, Colombia. Athletes are allowed to take any substance whatsoever before, after, and even during the competition.
Oh, he pulled his arms off! He pulled his arms off! That's got to be disappointing to the big Russian. Yeah!
What has made every major sport multi-million-dollar entities? Well, after you distill it all down, it's the desire of the customer, the fans, Bill, these seats and others, to see bigger-than-life people doing bigger-than-life things.
What do you think about athletes using steroids in sports?
Steroids? I love it. They're on my team.
I think it's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We're professionals. We're all about it. I ain't cheating. Kidding me?
Oh! It all gets back to money. As long as people continue to buy Mark McGuire shirts, Barry Bonds hats, we're feeding that monster. You vote for the Raiders by wearing the Raiders hat. You cast your vote for Nike with your T-shirt. Every day when you pick $1 out of your pocket, you're voting. And if you don't like, athletes juicing up, then don't vote to have that done. Don't buy their stuff. Don't go to the game.
Do steroids. Become governor. Be big and strong. No girly man. No science, baby. Woo! Suck it! Woo!
Since the steroid scandals broke, sports revenue has gone through the roof. People are buying more tickets, souvenirs than ever. So if this is what we, the people, are voting for, why did Congress get involved? They always tell you that if you have a problem, talk to your congressman. Lucky for me, my congressman is Henry Waxman.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Very nice to meet you. Chris Belcher.
He's the one who called the baseball hearings in the first place. He's got to have some answers.
I think it's important for sports figures in Major League Sports not to be allowed to use steroids under any circumstance. And young people basically don't want them using it. So the drug is a restricted drug. It's not a Brian, is it illegal to use it? It's legal in some circumstances.
Medical.
It's legal with a medical prescription and the other.
Testosterone or just steroids in general.
I think that they're also banned. They're already banned in professional sports. Brian, am I right? Speak up if I'm wrong. Well, these products are already banned. Cigarettes and alcohol are legally available, but not if you're under the age. I think the age is 18 for both all around the country. Is it 18? Well, I'm getting confused. But I don't think so. Strike that.
Sorry, President Bush allotted $15 million for steroid education. Where is that money gone?
I don't know. You know.
War on drugs, and congressmen, tough on drugs, so they stimulate them. They say, oh, our children are being exposed to them, we're going to kill our children. And they just paint everything black and white. For those of us who live in the gray areas, whose life depends on it.
Politicians are always looking for an issue to get behind. They're always looking for something to be able to say to the public, hey, look at what my legislation's doing, what my bill has done. I'm out there. I'm protecting you. I'm protecting the children.
Turns out the most important witness in the baseball hearings was not a famous athlete. Taylor Hooten was a 17-year-old kid who committed suicide, and his father blamed steroids.
I believe the poor example being set by professional athletes is a major catalyst fueling the high usage of steroids amongst our kids. And parents across America should hold you accountable for behavior that inspires our kids to do things that put their health at risk and that teaches them that the ethics we try to teach them around our kitchen table somehow don't apply to them. Please help us to see that our children's lives were not lost in vain. You have the power to do something about it, and we're counting on you to do so.
Donald Trump coming in and putting a human face on it was more powerful than the scientific statistics of any of that stuff.
On average, 5,000 kids a year commit suicide in America, and most parents never knew exactly why. I wanted to find out why Donald Hooten is so sure that the answer can be as simple as steroids. How you doing?
Wow.
Chris Bell.
Donald, nice to meet you. This is a very, very competitive community, all the way from athletics to business. So you wind up in an affluent area where these kids can afford to play with this stuff. And of course, in hindsight, as we look back, all of the signs were staring us in the face. The behavior problems, the physical changes. We had no idea what we was looking at. Go back to the medical textbook. The depression that comes along with steroid use is bad, but it's worse in that 4 to 6 week period following stopping using this stuff. And it was during that period that his mother found him hanging on the door in his bedroom.
Taylor's dad, Don, called me shortly after Taylor taken his life.
Together, we came up with the idea of creating a private organization
to educate the public about the dangers of anabolic steroid abuse.
This is Taylor's room. You don't have to come in here long to realize Taylor was a baseball player. He started maybe 5 years old, t-ball. So Taylor was a great kid. We took Taylor to a psychiatrist, and she put him on a low dose of Lexapro. And as far as I know, this is the only steroid-related case that this well-meaning psychiatrist would ever had. And when the psychiatrist recommended that Taylor go cold turkey and stop using steroids, it was a formula for disaster.
I feel terrible, obviously, about Taylor. But Taylor Hooten had a lot of drugs. He was on other drugs. According to some newspaper accounts, he was on SSRIs, antidepressants, which have been shown to be associated with suicidal ideation and suicidal behavior. So whether his suicide was due to Lexapro, steroids, depression, due to stress of being a great athlete, or find other things, I don't know.
Do you think that perhaps, when I look on at your website for the Taylor Foundation, do you think it's a responsibility to include antidepressants in there just in case there are critics, or just to raise the awareness of how dangerous perhaps antidepressants may be?
No, I don't. The reason is our battle's not with antidepressants. Our battle's with steroids.
National Institute on Drug Abuse said dangers of anabolic steroids are temporary and reversible.
My son is dead. All of the intellectual arguments about whether or not steroids are dangerous or not don't matter to me. I know they're dangerous. I saw it with my own eyes, and I watched my son die. The only evidence I need is the pictures of my son that are on the wall behind you.
Look, I have a son too, and the last thing in the world I could ever imagine doing is burying that kid. And it would probably ruin me for the rest of my life. And I could see we're having a cause to sort of massage the feelings of guilt and depression that are following my son's death would probably be, helpful. Let's not let this happen to somebody else. But they're chasing the wrong thing. They're not doing it right.
We're working with Major League Baseball to make that happen now, where hopefully in each local stadium there's going to be a steroids awareness night.
Do you find it ironic at all to have the steroid awareness night for baseball in a stadium that sells alcohol, which is responsible for a lot of deaths as a drug?
Alcohol's legal to sell. We can argue all day long whether tobacco kills and whether alcohol kills. And there's a clear distinction in my mind between tobacco or alcohol and steroids and methamphetamine and coke.
Thanks for sharing that with us. And how hard it is. Everything, and it was just important stuff.
Anybody who asks me about it, I let them know. I tell them why. I tell them, how much I take. I'll tell them anything they want to ask me about it.
What about the kids?
The kids are different because a couple kids asked me in front of the whole group, and I had to lie about it because this whole steroid thing is just out of hand.
I know Coach Bell isn't taking steroids. It's just 100% strong. I think somebody asked if he's ever on steroids, and he said no. I completely believe him. He just thinks that steroids are basically they're just a cheap way out of doing hard work.
Listen, they're not for kids. Steroids are not for kids. It's like you should achieve some things naturally, and then maybe you should think about it. An adult.
The main reason why I don't take steroids is because he got into my head that I don't need them. That I've got the potential right now as a teenager to get as strong as I want.
What good would it do them to know that I take steroids? It wouldn't do them any good. They'd just be like, oh man, he's a cheater.
Would you ever tell our parents that you do?
I mean, if they ask me.
I only cut 2 pounds with moments enough.
We went to church all the time. I grew up in a great family. I don't think I could ask for anybody better to be parents, And when I went to USC, I didn't do any drugs. I didn't do anything. So and then I got to a point where I actually tried steroids. I tried Winstrol, which is injections.
You injected a needle on yourself?
Yeah, because you get to a point where you're like, I'm kind of getting out of shape. I don't feel like I used to. The reason I stopped doing it was because I thought it was immoral. I thought it was so wrong. And like, what if my parents found out I did this?
I think it's really hard to hear that you tried them and everything, but not for you.
It's not hard for me.
What I'm saying is that it's hard to hear it. And what about Mark? I mean, how come you're staying big but you're not getting fat? Like, you're just getting fatter. No, your face is rounded.
It's about, you're about 7 or 8% higher than what I would say. For how much heavier you are?
I have no idea. I don't know Gary. He's already married.
Except for small, he's not saying anything. Don't let your brothers overrun your conversation.
When you get caught with something, I think the truth is always the fastest way out of the situation. But it's not always the best way out.
Some concern is being alone. Just trying to leave it open where I can say, yeah, you know what, I do. This is why. That's what she's looking for. But she still never directly asked me, so until that time comes, I ain't saying nothing.
People have a tendency to cheat at everything, and that happens with taxes too, just like it could with steroids or anything. It's human nature. It's the sinful nature of man.
My dad convinced Mad Dog and his wife to settle down in Poughkeepsie, and he's been doing income taxes for the same guys that used to wrestle with.
I keep a couple things around, not too much. Big John always keeps it real. He says to Mad Dog, thanks for everything.
Not exactly how he thought his life would turn out.
I get up, I go to the office, I make money for them, I make money for me. I got a great wife, I got a great family. But I wanted to be a famous wrestler, but I wanted to live a life. I wanted to be on the road, traveling, meet people, making money, having fun, living my life.
He'll break down and he'll be crying and he'll say, like, Dad, the biggest fear I ever had in my life is being an average Joe, and I'm 36 years old, and that's all I can see for myself.
What do you want to do now? Like, where do you see yourself going?
I mean, the immediate goal is to, get out of Poughkeepsie, move to California, establish my name, and then start my own business.
Seemed like he was making progress, okay? He wasn't making any progress. I told him that night, I said, you might be fine.
this go? What is it? You want to tell us about it? Tell me everything else. Yeah.
I think he's personally embarrassed. I think he's that's part of the addictive behavior. His thing is this: I'm going to find this new out of here. I'm going to go live in California. My life is going to be perfect. If he really believes that, no, he's not going to be fine at all. Here's why. You know what I feel bad for? I feel bad for that. So here's a young girl who's married, whose hopes and dreams in life is in him, and he's a screw up. And if he ends up overdosing and killing himself, or if he ends up on the rocks, he's taking it.
I'm not moving out there with the hopes and dreams. I'm not going to go wait tables and hope to be an actor. I already did that for 15 years for wrestling. I'm not moving out there to get noticed, but you're never going to get noticed if you catch me in Hollywood. You're walking down the street, somebody sees you, hey, you got a minute? You never know. You just never know.
You don't think there's any way you can get past it?
A miracle.
Yeah.
I think they're going to find him.
I thought bringing up guys, boys, is easy. They don't. At least I don't have a daughter who's like got her face in the bowl thrown up. You know, did I do something as a mother to make you feel like you're not good enough? When Mike went off to college and he calls your father up and says, "Can I try steroids?" No, you're not getting money to try steroids. You know, we both thought that was like a crazy thing. So,
but you know where he ended up getting them from?
No, but I wasn't gonna.
You got them from your brother John.
No.
So that's, I mean, it's something that's like, you know, in our family. I mean, it's something that like.
Chris, you're already killing me with this as it is. It just gets worse.
I'm just telling you the truth.
I'm just trying to tell you how I feel as a mother. I am broken to my soul. My heart is broken. You were growing up all broken. Look what he's saying. Take your vitamins, say prayers, and what? Yeah, but it's not true. Take your steroids. Okay? I don't know if he ever prays or not. Never heard of him. Never talked about God his whole life. Okay? Now that time has gone by, I'm like, is this guy a fraud? And that's where I think that everybody needs to begin to accept. I am who I am, said Popeye the Sailor Man. He even has a chip. It takes spinach. Everybody needs something. And what's up with that?
If I just accept who I am right now, isn't that good enough?
No, accept who you are as a person. Then your body. If a fat person hasn't tried everything that's legal, but I'm not going to cross the line. The Bible lays everything out about how to live life.
The Bible can't solve all your problems.
It can.
I can't pray to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's not going to happen.
You can't pray to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but neither can you take enough steroids or enough growth hormone to look like you're going to get as close as you're not. It's not going to happen. You're fearfully and wonderfully made. Every sinew in your body, every muscle, every fiber is made by God, and you're exactly who He intended you. And so what to somebody with a six-pack and abs? Maybe they don't have what you have. I mean, why not everybody think that way too? What I don't get is why did our boys not feel they were good enough?
My father, or my grandfather, never worried about whether they had a six-pack of abdominals or what percentage body fat they had. So why is it now, in the 21st century, that there's this huge preoccupation with body image that just didn't exist before?
Dr. Harrison Pope is a psychiatrist who studies why American men are becoming more obsessed with their bodies. So here we have G.I. Joe from the 1960s. This is when he first came out at the time of Vietnam. He's a perfectly normal-looking dude. Here is G.I. Joe about 10 years later, mid-1970. He's clearly been putting in some time in the gym. And then here is G.I. Joe from the 1990s. Biceps up to 16 inches or so. Full six-pack of abs, even got serratus muscles visible on the side. This evolution of the action figures is a testament to this increased preoccupation with body image in the United States. And it's funny that in our culture, that we still tend to romanticize
steroids to a certain way. You'll see an ad for some SUV, that says, "This is our sedan on steroids." But you wouldn't see an ad for an SUV saying, "This is our sedan on cocaine."
Well, it's sort of like a golf cart on steroids.
It looked like an easy bake oven on steroids.
It's sort of economy on steroids.
Think of it as Apollo on steroids. This year, the jet stream has really been on steroids. Kosovo would be Bosnia on steroids.
Adding more U.S. trainers and advisors, essentially putting the current strategy on steroids.
We are besieged every day with images of muscular male bodies on TV, movies, cartoons, on magazines, at the checkout counter at the department store. All of which seem to give this message that the real man is just big and muscular.
There you go, just like that. Good. Give me some good abs, Christian. That's it.
Saw Conan the Barbarian. And that moment, that's exactly what I want to do. I started to study Arnold and his achievements. So I started training with weights when I was 14. Started taking steroids when I was 16.
So you're advertising a supplement. So a guy like me goes and looks in the magazine and I see Christian Boving and I'm like, wow, man, I want to look like that guy. So I go and take Hydroxycat or some supplement because I think that I'm going to look like you. But what I don't know is that you were taking steroids. Do you have any problem with that?
Double-edged sword, my friend. How to answer this? When somebody looks at an ad in the edit that says Christian Boving takes Hydroxycut, which I did, and I do, that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't take something else. If they choose to believe that that's the only thing I'm taking to look like that, then so be it. They should be smarter. Is it misleading? Possibly a little bit, yeah. But is it a lie? Absolutely not.
I'd say probably 80 to 90%. I'm not kidding you. All the stuff I see in magazines is complete homage. It's ridiculous to me. I don't understand why there's this need in advertising to really manipulate things, both in fashion models. They get because of eating disorders. Fantasy, obviously, they get the Adonis complex. And all kinds of trouble ahead because you have all these kids, like you and me when we were young, looking at all these people and they're perfect. How does that make somebody feel who's not as perfect as the people they're seeing? Not very good.
So this stuff I've tried, loaded with sugar. Tried this. Tried this. Of course, I've tried this. Everybody I think has tried muscle milk. Tried this. Tried this. Tried all these drinks. If speed stack weren't enough, we have extreme speed stack.
The supplement industry is very unregulated. You don't have to have FDA approval to come out with actual supplements. That gives people room to come out with some, lower quality products.
This product says new legal formula on it. I don't know what the old formula really had in it. Belizean man vine extract. I don't want to start that. Best used by date and lot number on bottom of the can.
I always thought the health industry was about, health. Why does it feel like we're back in the Wild West?
Just clean your teeth and burn your hair. The best in the West. I wouldn't be dead without them.
Well, we can all thank the senator from Utah, Warren Hatch.
Look how good he looks. I want to get his brand. Is what I want to do.
See, the health industry is big business too. They make almost a quarter of all the dietary supplements in America. And supplements are a $24 billion industry. So you do the math. Making supplements used to be like making prescription drugs. You had to prove your product was safe and effective before you could sell it. Well, the supplement cowboys in Utah thought that was a real hassle. So they asked their favorite senator to change rules around. And now you don't have to prove your product is safe at all. And the FDA has to prove that it's not safe if they want to take it off the market. What is this red goop?
This is a Canadian version of Redline. We had to take out so many ingredients that aren't legal in Canada.
Thanks to this deregulation, the supplement industry exploded, and all sorts of new and interesting people got in on the action.
But we were always a good team, whether we were selling drugs or whether we were selling supplement like we are now. Jekyll and Hyde supplements, formulated to awaken your other side. Take this and also you become the freak, the monster. Everybody wants to become a monster.
If Valentino can make a supplement, I bet anyone can.
Hold on. How many guys you need?
I need two guys. We're making dietary supplements, and I just need a hand with a couple things. It'd be really easy. All I need you guys to do is take the blade. Boom. First, you buy a bunch of really popular ingredients. But the trick is, I'm just going to use a tiny amount of each one. It's what we like to call in the supplement biz pixie dust. See, I can hide my secret formula behind the term proprietary blend and not reveal that it's pretty much just a pill full of rice flour.
It's a good way to make a lot of money. I'll season the supplements.
But with all those expensive ingredients on the label, I can make this bottle for about $1.40 and sell it for $60. Thanks, Oren.
We're in the supplement business now.
The scary part is that everything I just did is by the book. Well, except for the illegal immigrant day laborers. But hey, nobody's regulating them either. Now I just need a misleading advertisement.
They airbrush these guys a lot when you put them in magazines.
Definitely, there's all kinds of techniques and tools you can use to completely manipulate the body.
Really?
In fact, I mean, some of the before and after pictures, they can be done in the same day.
You haven't shot them in the same day, though, have you?
I have, actually.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What do they do?
Is this the self-editing part? I should keep my mouth shut.
I can take anybody, take a picture of them, make them look their worst, think horrible thoughts, depression, and then through all kinds of ways make them look their best.
Don't cut my nipple off.
Alright, see here. Good. 1, 2, 3. Good.
We can take it a step further if we want, in the befores and the afters. Basically, you can take somebody and make them a little fatter or shorter. People fall for this. They fall for it all the time. It's beyond what I can understand because it looks so silly to me. But of course, I'm somebody who's had sort of an inside backstage past of what's really occurred. I've been part of some of these scans that have played out.
So, if unregulated dietary supplements are marketed like steroids and sold by people who are on steroids, is it any wonder that so many people are just taking the real thing? I mean, it's not like they're hard to get. You can cross the border and buy them from a pet store in Mexico.
It's not so old now. It's milligrams.
But it's for your dog or something,
Oh,
right?
it's for my dog. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. My dog's in need.
Or you can buy them on the internet, like Mad Dog.
If you order it online, you get the ship for $250 a kid. Instead of paying somebody in the black market $500, $600 for a kid.
Or if you have enough money, you can get it legally. This is the annual convention for anti-aging medicine. Booth after booth of all the taboo performance-enhancing drugs. Stanozolol. Hey, that's what Ben Johnson used. Nandrolone. Isn't that what Sean Merriman got caught with? Oh, and human growth hormone. They say Marion Jones was taking that.
Human growth hormone usage has been rampant in baseball and other sports.
Athletes use HGH because it works a lot like anabolic steroids. And the best part is, there's no way to test for it. Here's how you get it. First, you go to your anti-aging doctor. Now, the doctor might not be a medical doctor, like in my case. He's a chiropractor. And chiropractors can't prescribe drugs. But that's okay. He just has another doctor write the prescriptions for him. But be careful. Prescribing hormones for anti-aging is a felony. So you can't exactly tell your anti-aging doctor that you're interested in anti-aging. Not to worry, though. Just use the words hormone deficiency instead. First thing, doc will want to do a little physical.
If people come to you to try to get steroids,
Absolutely. I'm prescribing steroids. That's not what we do.
but it kind of is what you do in a way, in a different way.
Next, you're going to get a urine test to check your hormone levels for 24 hours. That's a take-home test. You know, Scout's honor. Send in the test, and a week later, you'll get your results.
Get your labs back here.
Urinary growth hormone output. But here's the thing. Since the FDA's never defined what a hormone deficiency really is, well, Doc can pretty much interpret the results however he wants.
You're a little bit low, coming down, and bring those levels up to
Now, it may seem strange that the most controversial drugs in America are being prescribed using take-home tests, and in my case, by a doctor I never met. Hey, at least I'm not the one breaking the law.
Why don't you just get it legally? I like getting it the way I get it, and it's cheap, and I can get it anytime I want. I don't think there's any real reason to take. I mean, I don't want to go to a doctor, you know, it's a pain in the ass.
You ever worry about getting arrested or cops coming after you or anything like that?
I'm not all that concerned about it. You can justify anything to yourself, and once you justify it to yourself, then you just think it's cool. You think it's okay. So, in my mind, it's okay.
I pose a question to people and say, hey, if you had to take a drug with the side effects, known side effects, and the unknown effects of anabolic steroids to keep your job right now and support your family.
Maintaining an erection is very easy to do with the appropriate chemical assistance.
Liquid Viagra. It's right injected into the penis.
You inject this in your penis? Does it hurt?
Not really.
It's not just athletes and porn stars taking performance-enhancing drugs. Just about everybody's on the action.
Probably the most common thing is what we call go pills. There's probably different kinds of dextroamphetamines that they work wonders. They really do, especially you've been out there a long time and it's hard to stay focused.
What about you? Yeah. Spin you right up.
Many parents may not be aware that their children are taking a drug by the name of Adderall to improve their academic performance.
Adderall is a powerful stimulant, very much like cocaine or methamphetamine.
It's not just for people who have the problems. People who think it'll be fun. I've taken Adderall in college here and there to write paper. And this is fun. It's a fun way to write paper.
Your test scores go up and you're doing homework faster so you can do more work.
All I did when I went to class, my friends tried talking to me, and I'd be doing all my work.
And for every performance, there's a way to enhance it. So you take beta blockers to calm you down?
It actually doesn't calm down. It prevents me from getting nervous. Here we go.
When I was in college and I was having really, really bad problems with performance anxiety, it was actually making me question what I was doing in the first place. A friend gave me beta blockers and I just couldn't. I felt like I could get up there and do exactly what I wanted to do, and I wasn't hindered by what my body was reacting to.
Blocking that adrenaline goes a long way towards enhancing performance.
So it's okay to enhance your performance if you're a pilot, a porn star, a musician, or a student. But if your job is to play professional baseball, well, somehow that makes you a cheater. Do you feel it's cheating?
Not at all. Oh, no, certainly not. There is no competition in these things. You know, this is completely unlike sports.
What about an audition situation? Is there competition there?
Yeah, there is. And, a lot of people take them, and I don't see that there's a problem with it.
Was there any sort of moral bridge across?
Well, we're not a whole lot of moral to begin with.
Amphetamines in baseball, they actually take the same pill as a dope pill.
In the clubhouse, they're called greenies, and some in the game say they could be more common than steroids.
The sports should play fair. They shouldn't play fair at all.
I've got some men on a road, and it looks like a piece of artillery firing at us. I am rolling in self-defense. Shack.
In 2002, over Afghanistan, 2 American pilots on GoPros bombed a group of friendly Canadians.
I hope that was the right thing to do.
Yeah. 4 Canadian soldiers were killed. Doctors say the pilot's snap judgment to open fire is typical of someone on speed.
Pilots were charged with manslaughter, but they blamed their GoPros, and the charges were dropped. No other country in the world allows amphetamines in their Air Force, but in America, they require them.
America's a very competitive place, and people will take advantage of really anything they can in order to help themselves in that struggle.
I hate to say it. The amount of beta blockers that they've got me on right now, California traffic doesn't bother me.
Really?
It's too easy to get it from a doctor. Like you say, I'm going to focus in class and doctor prescribes something wrong about it.
And when you got Adderall, you just went to the doctor?
No. It's just passed around at school.
It's passed around at school?
Passed around at school.
You turn on your TV and we push drugs, right? You know, if you have a headache, use this. If you have a pain in your side, use that. If you want to go to sleep, use this. You want to wake up, use that.
We are the only country in the world that permits drugs of that kind to be advertised directly to the consumer.
The American pharmaceutical industry spends almost $5 billion a year on advertising, and we in turn spend $250 billion on their drugs. That's more than any other country by far. Are we the most unhealthy people in the world? Or do we just watch too much TV?
Everybody's on a drug. So why, because I'm on drugs, everybody has to point the finger at me? Why am I the bad guy?
Because you're on steroids.
Steroids are bad.
To help children make right choices, they need good examples.
Athletics play such an important role in our society. But unfortunately, some in professional sports are not setting much of an example.
Long before George Bush was the president, he was the owner of the Texas Rangers, a Major League Baseball team, with none other than Jose Canseco on the roster.
Do you think that the team trainers, the managers, the general managers, and even the owners might have been aware that some players were using steroids?
No doubt in my mind.
So did the president know that his players were on the juice?
You've admitted to using steroids in the past. Knowing what you know now about them, would you have done it?
Yeah, absolutely.
The National Football Leagues talk more about steroid testing or human growth hormone, and I know back in your day you've admitted that you did that. Your stand on that right now?
Well, I think it's good to do the quick tests, and the trick always is to find a way of really doing true testing. I think that we have to do something about the drug use in sports, and I think it does send the wrong message to our children.
So Arnold wants to crack down on steroids, but every year he sponsors his own bodybuilding show, the Arnold Classic. They don't drug test at all.
It's unbelievable the shape this guy's in. I mean, how ripped they are, how big they are, how cut they are, their posing routine and everything. I'm so proud of them. I tell you, it's really amazing.
This year, Governor Schwarzenegger handed over the winning trophy to Victor Martinez, the guy who was busted for selling steroids just a couple years ago. And a few days before this competition, he was implicated in another steroid scandal.
The bodybuilder who won a competition sponsored by Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger this past weekend has been linked to a steroid investigation. A spokesman for the governor says Schwarzenegger did not know of Martinez's links to steroids.
Come on, Arnold. What do you mean you didn't know? Okay, let's compare. Here's Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was on steroids. 6'2", 235 pounds. And here's Victor Martinez, 7 inches shorter and 15 pounds heavier.
Give him a big hand. Come on, big hand.
You know, I've been calling Arnold's office for over a year to get an interview, but his people keep telling me that his position on steroids is very clear. So the only way to get an answer was to track him down myself at a place I knew he would show up, Muscle Beach. It was just a few weeks before the governor's re-election, and Arnold went to where he knew he could depend on support to cement his voting base. This was my big chance. I waited for hours. And finally, there he was. And there was this other guy, the tall guy, the one in the middle. This is how politics work these days. The important thing when making an appearance is the photo op. The tall guy's going to nod at me, then he's going to point Arnold in my direction. Arnold, his instincts honed by years of being a huge star, instantly sizes up the situation, notices the various cameras, and decides to use me to further his re-election bid. Instead of talking about steroids and the cheating culture of America, he compliments me on my biceps. And we end up on the cover of the LA Times.
Oh, there it is! Oh my God!
Not that I mind. After all, it was kind of like a dream come true.
Son of a bitch!
But I still have all these unanswered questions.
Let me tell you this first of all. You can't knock Arnold, really, okay? Because steroids didn't get him into that office that he's in.
But he basically comes out and he says, if you work hard and you play by the rules, this country's truly open to you. You can achieve anything. But did he get to where he is playing by the rules, or would he have ever even been famous had he not taken those drugs?
Well, let's look at it this way. Let's talk about other heroes. Let's talk about John Kennedy. He was a hero in the Navy. John Kennedy served as president of the United States, but John Kennedy cheated on his wife right in the White House, with Marilyn Monroe and who knows how many others. Okay, it's no different than biblical characters. Moses was a hero, but Moses was a heel. He didn't get into the promised land. He didn't do what God told him to do. David was a hero. King David was a hero. David was a heel. He chased every woman in a skirt or in a toga or whatever they wore back then. Okay? Every man is fallible, and even the people who were the prime examples of how to run your life in the Bible screwed up. They all screwed up. So people need to get off their self-righteous soapboxes and start loving each other.
We just need to go out there and do our job, just as you professionals do your job. All you guys lie. All of y'all, your story or whatever, have lied. Should you have asked us behind All of you lie. All of you have said something wrong. All of you have dirt. All of you. Your closet's clean. Come clean somebody else's. Clean yours first.
Hi, how are you? Last name is Bell. BBLL.
I do the oath to serve you. I say to everyone here today and to all Californians, I would not forget my oath and I would not forget you.
A few months after I voted for Arnold, his people told Gold's Gym to remove all of his images.
What is the meaning of this? It's a dark day in Gold's Gym. You're taking down Arnold's poster.
You have a lot of respect for Arnold? Is he one of your heroes?
Well, he was until he took his shit down. You know, that guy's a traitor, man.
Jim feels different now. The old Arnold's gone. And somehow, this time, I don't think he'll be back.
So you excited to be out here instead of in Poughkeepsie?
Oh yeah, man. We got a job making 3 times as much money. My rent's just about the same. I'm right by the beach, and I got a convertible. A little muscle in it.
There you go. So what do you plan on doing here that you weren't doing?
Having fun at life instead of hating life.
Think it'll help you, like with your problems and stuff?
Absolutely. I feel better already.
Now that Mad Dog's in California, things seem to be going pretty good for him. He got a job working as a trainer at a local wrestling school. He'd actually make a great teacher, but that's not good enough for Mad Dog. He still wants to be a superstar.
So this Sunday night, pay-per-view, Madison Square Garden, Hell's Bells will toll for you.
Mad Dog sent his promo to the WWE, but they rejected him again. They said he's too old and not what they're looking for.
You know, I want to believe that the world is good, but it's not. And I want to try hard. But why try when you can't win? Those who can't do dream, it's just that.
Yeah. Like, what's the problem with just being like a normal guy? Like, what's wrong with just being normal?
There's nothing wrong with it. Well, actually, there is something wrong with it. The thing that's wrong with it is that I was born to attain greatness, and I'm the only one that's holding myself back. And I need to attain greatness, so I need to do it.
You live down by the beach, you have a beautiful wife, and nothing's ever good enough. I can only imagine how she feels. And do you ever think like, why am I dragging somebody else in this?
I know that a lot of times she's crying herself to sleep, and I know that sometimes she doesn't grow the way that she when I first met her. And I know it's my fault, and it really tears me up.
Well, I mean, like I worry every day that what I worry about is you're gonna lose your job, you're gonna lose your wife, and then you're gonna lose yourself. You know,
if I lose my job and my wife, what else do I have? I just feel that I have more to offer this world, and I don't know exactly what it is or how I'm going to go about doing it. I know that there's something in here that's meant for the rest of the world to know.
You were kids. All admired the champion marble shooter, fastest runner, big league ball player, toughest boxer. Americans love a winner and will not tolerate a loser.
Smelly is now competing against the best guys in the world, and he hopes to achieve his childhood dream of bench pressing 700 pounds. But he and his wife agree that this would be his last meet on steroids.
I knew that she didn't really care for it, but that much. She worried that much about it. It's definitely something that's not going to be easy to do. I don't necessarily want to do it, but if I just stay on it and don't ignore it, it's just being selfish.
Trying to have another kid. So he decided that this is going to be his last meet, that he ever takes anything. How do you think it'll affect his lifting? It'll affect it somewhat, but once he tapers off, he has the trial go right back on. But he doesn't want to go back on. His wife doesn't want to be on it at all ever again. The death of Smelly. You think so? Smelly will go back on.
So you'll never take it again. I'll never take him again. No, I probably will take it again because this is something. Well, I'll figure out a way. I mean, that's something I'll have to talk out with Andy. But this is something I've been involved in powerlifting since I was 12 years old. This is part of what I would like to do. And I'm not going to go from squatting 800 pounds to squatting 700 pounds. I'm going to want to get back on for sure.
Which is kind of sad.
Well, a lot of people have to lie to you.
We weren't brought up as cheaters.
Well, I mean, we weren't brought up as like rob bank. Like trained to rob bank. Like trained to do drugs or taught to do drugs or things like that. Which is, kind of where you end up.
Yeah, come on. Come on, you got this. Come on, you got it. Let's go. Come on.
My baby brother is on steroids, and we all know it. But look at this. My dad looks like he won the lottery, and my mom's prayers have been answered. I was raised to believe that cheaters never prosper. But in America, it seems like cheaters always prosper.
The use of performance-enhancing drugs like steroids is dangerous and it sends the wrong message. That there are shortcuts to accomplishment and that performance is more important than character.
There is a clash in America between doing the right thing and being the best.
Americans play to win all the time because the very thought of losing is hateful to America.
In a culture where second place is the first loser, the real heroes are the ones who win at all costs.
Everything I have, my career, my success, my family, I owe to America.
This is America. We are the greatest country in the world. You could call us a nation on steroids. But what are those long-term side effects? For me and my brothers, steroids are not the problem. They're just another side effect of being American.
There's not much left.
If
security advisor who escaped Nazi Germany with a youth to become one of the most influential and controversial foreign policy figures in American history, has died today. He was 90 to 100 years old. Kissinger died at his home in Connecticut, according to a statement from his consulting firm. The firm that gave cause of death, Henry Kissinger, 100 years old. Nearly 50,000 people in the U.S. lost their lives to suicide in 2022, according to a preliminary tally from the National Center for Health Statistics. The agency said the counts was incorrect. Suicide rate of 14.2 deaths per 100,000 people reached its highest level since 1941. I asked Howard Flynn, the author of the Genius of the Beast, to check in on this story. Howard, what do you think's going on? Well, here's the deal. Yesterday this morning, the Wall Street Journal reported this 3-day discussion from the National Center for Health Statistics on suicide in the United States. And the data was shocking. As you pointed out, according to the journal, last year, close to 50,000 Americans committed suicide. And that's the highest level of suicide since 1941. But 50,000 is not just a lot of suicides for the USA. It's also a big figure for the world. The rest of this planet, suicide has gone down more than 30% over the last 3 decades, according to a recent overview in the annual review of public health. But since that overview, USA suicide rate increased by 35% between 2000 and 2018. So our suicide rate increased 35%, while the rest of the world's suicide rate went down 30%. That's not the only surprise in relation to American suicide statistics. Suicide rates are going down among young people. The people we are told are being driven to suicide by TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. That's what's key. Again, suicide rates are going down for people between 16 and 24 years old. But they are going up for old white men, for men over 75 years old. Suicide rates for men over 75 are twice what they are for young people. Why? Because years past 75 can be years of loss. You can lose your health, you can lose your spouse, you can lose your friends, you can lose your money, and you can lose your memories for dementia like Alzheimer's. There's a simple fact that I explain in my second book, Global Brain. Cells in our body are built to pre-program cell suicide mechanisms. When a cell feels useless, it shuts itself down or kills itself off. You and I are built for something similar. When you feel that you are exposed to a fatal cell, your own biology begins to kill you off. It lowers the immune system, it increases your inflammation, your exercise, and it tortures you with loneliness and depression. Sometimes it hits you with depression so painful that you can't take it for another minute. Then there's the second factor, being male. Men are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than women. I explain also in my book, Global Brain, how nature builds women to last, but men to be disposable. For example, American women outlive men by almost 6 years, which leads to the most important factor of all, the one that really sets us apart from other developed countries, the American evolution technology. It's something the authors of the annual review of public health analysis call access to means. Rates of suicide went down in China and India over the last 20 years. Why? Because the government took the means to suicide away. They took away access to pesticides. They constantly suicide to us in Asia. So we have 4 times great people in the USA. If you have a brain candy, it makes suicide easy. As a result, 50% of suicides in the United States are by chance. But there is a small move toward solution. In July of 2022, the government established a nationwide lifeline for help if you're feeling suicidal. The number is 988. If you're feeling like killing yourself, please use it. 988. Right now, please use your I do. The number is 988. The Russian President Vladimir Putin wants to hold on democracy sent broadcast on the show last week. He said, listen to what he's saying. Russian President Vladimir Putin is demanding that women in his country have 7 or 8 more children to boost the population. He warned that this is Like busy holiday season, but if you do experience soggy stuff, the U.S. Coast Restoration Specialist dedicated to your case will provide expert-level service to help resolve the issue on your behalf. And all plans are backed by the LifeLock $1 million protection package with stolen phone reimbursement up to the limits of this month. Protecting your identity and finances is invaluable. Here's the peace of mind that comes with it. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Go to LifeLock.com. Use promo code SOURCE. That's LifeLock.com and promo code SOURCE to save 25% off your first year. LifeLock, identity theft protection starts here.
I do like apple crisp, so that sounds like that wasn't good shit.
My cousins, apple crisp, apple pumpkin, whatever the fuck, they're all cousins. The scoop of ice cream, old school, with the little chocolate fucking spots in it, you know?
You said something. What's up?
Little spots in it.
Okay.
Vanilla bean spots in it. It's brilliant. I haven't had it in 20 years. When I saw it, I said, I have to attack this, and it's fucking brilliant. That was the only thing I ate. That was the only dessert I ate.
You said something last week that I was thinking about. We're talking about like people messing up mashed potatoes, and I was thinking about that you and Terry had a story. Didn't you like stop being friends completely with someone?
I got mad at him. I hadn't talked for about 7 months because of the mashed potatoes. Listen, man, there's some things I eat. Once you've had great mashed potatoes, it's tough to go back to shitty mashed potatoes, especially when you're a fat fuck like we are, okay? There's something about the essence of mashed potatoes, fish, especially when like they're mixed. Yes, mashed potatoes. If you eat mashed potatoes and you're trying to be healthy, go shoot yourself right now. Nobody eats mashed potatoes who wants to be fucking healthy. It's a special goddamn treat. So do me a favor, when we have it, throw down. Don't be shy with that Irish butter, you know what I'm saying? Don't be shy with that pepper. Throw some red onions in that bitch. You ever have fucking, no, you ever have mashed potatoes, the peels, that the red onions in that motherfucker?
I've never had red onions in it. Cooked or not cooked?
I mean, they heat it up with potatoes. So.
Okay, so like sauteed a little bit. Okay.
Motherfucker used to make them in Boulder, Colorado. Make me lose my mind. I would eat them just. That's the only mashed potato. I would just eat the mashed potato. And Cubans make something that's very good. I never had it again. After my mother died at the Malanga.
What is that?
Malanga. It's like a fucking potato. It's long, but it's brown. It's wild, but it's fucking delicious. With butter, salt, pepper, you know. Oh, fucking delicious. And that's where I like potatoes, and I like whatever the fuck I told you. I forget the
Malanga.
So,
what did your friend do that made you so upset?
The friend that invited me over on this little sacred day of mashed potatoes. Listen, you want to fuck mashed potatoes up in July, and I ain't gonna get mad at you. Okay, fuck them up in September, I ain't gonna get mad at you. But on the National Day of Potatoes, which is Thanksgiving, you better come correct. You gotta show them both guns and one in your fucking ankle. Okay, especially when it comes to mashed potatoes. So, I went over there, they were like fucking pound of potatoes. The whole dinner was a disaster. It was fucking a turducken, a turkey with a duck in it. I don't want to do that. If you want to do that, make them fucking turkeys. Give us an option. Why you feed me this? Because you think it's good? I don't think it's good. Everything was nasty. But nothing insulted me more was the mashed potatoes. I took it to heart. But I went home and just passed out angry. And my wife woke me up at 2 o'clock in the morning. She made me a Thanksgiving dinner. And she knew how important. You get up all year, you pay taxes, you do the best you can. The least a man can ask for is mashed potatoes on fucking Thanksgiving.
Yeah, but
like 2 in the morning. Is that what were you married yet at that point?
No, we were getting close though.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And I was fucking upset, like, you know, man, how the fuck you gonna fuck up mashed potatoes on Thanksgiving? I'm not exaggerating. They weren't even in the ballpark. She got them out of a box, like those box ones. That right there, I gotta put you on. I got an 86 for 90-day mandatory.
What does that 86 entail? Like no communication?
Nothing. I don't want to know nothing. I'm not even gonna tell you why you fucked up. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not picking up the phone. Don't call me no more for 90 days.
How many people just don't call back?
They don't.
You look at 90 days. I think he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Why?
I was off for 180 days. I put her on a real pay no mind list. That's how insulted I was about the fucking mashed potatoes.
Why don't you tell people like what their sentence is?
I don't know what their sentence is. It's their sentences. I don't know. I don't know how I feel in the morning after you try to fucking poison me on things. You know, like you're not gonna sit there and tell me I didn't have the right here. If this was another country, I could press charges for making mashed potatoes on Thanksgiving. Thank God I'm not a fucking crime stop.
I have no problem with you. I just think it's funny to think about like you went to Thanksgiving and then didn't call for 10 months or answer my calls.
It was November 20, whatever. I didn't call her for like April, May. She finally called me one day. She's like, "What's your problem? You won't pick up your phone." I said something like the first time I go, "Fucking learn how to make mashed potatoes." I just hung up on her. And she called his friend. She goes, "What is he talking about?"
Oh my God.
You know, but you didn't listen. Like, it broke me down emotionally and fucking spiritually and physically because I trust you. First of all, I know her very well. She always throws down a great meal. You know, I know her from Texas. I was friends with her back in Houston. But I think she got a boyfriend and he was fucking, you know, he had light shoes like Post Malone. You know?
You don't like Post Malone?
I didn't say I didn't like Post Malone. I just said he always texts her like a burglar. Like he walks real light, like, you know.
Okay.
Burglar, a couple other things. He's just light in the shoes, you know what I'm saying?
I understand. So she had a boyfriend like that?
Right away, you gotta put words in my mouth. And the next day, the paparazzi picked it up. Uncle Joy don't like Post Malone. I like Post Malone music. I was listening to him a couple of days ago. I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, not put him on over Led Zeppelin. But if I'm still there and I'm smoking a couple of fucking nuts, I love Post Malone.
No, I didn't picture you as a huge Post Malone fan.
No, I didn't say it. Did I say I would? Did I say when I blow the next and jump up and down? A lot of other people that tight fucking like what is it?
Like it. It sounds like that's what you wanted for Christmas.
No. Just because I like music, don't mean I want to hang out with you and fucking jump up and down. You know.
Is there any concert that you go to right now? So like, was there any? Because I can't imagine you going anywhere.
If I go to a concert, first of all, right now, not today, but it has to be a small venue. I'm old school. I really go to those American Express concerts where you get the small venue, and you know, I didn't go see Chris Cornell here in the city or anything. When I lived in LA, I got to see Guns N' Roses with Dean and Bill Burr at the fucking Palladium, and that's like, you know, 2,000 seats. It's a little bit more personal, you know. But these big forum things, I don't want to get tickets. I gotta walk 2 miles. You look at my Weight Watchers, I walk 22,000 steps. I don't need that. To hear the same music I've been listening to for 40 fucking years.
Would you pay more to go to a smaller venue?
Absolutely.
Interesting.
It's really interesting you said that to me. I was talking to a music guy today. And we're talking about Pink Floyd.
Okay.
And he was saying that where they messed up with music years ago because they didn't know was that they should have taped all their concerts. People really should have really taped high quality all their concerts. It would have taken a big chunk out of their income. But what they didn't know that today, you could sell that experience. I could get you into a hotel. And that's what he was saying. He goes, think of what people pay for the Super Bowl experience. It's an experience. He goes, I don't know what the concerts are like today, but from listening to, I mean, I'm older than this guy. And we were talking, he goes, my dad used to tell me these fucking stories that, and I go, they're all true. All those Led Zeppelin shows in the city, Rolling Stone tours, they were all fucking insane, But he was like, you could sell, like right now, if they would have shot Pink Floyd The Wall and really taped it well, you could have took a theater, broke it in half, and he goes, you could sell those seats for $15,000. And people will pay it because it's an experience, Now you got to play it back with the modern speakers and the technology. You have to edit it and clear it up well, digitally remastered. But
I'm sure they're all doing it now.
They have to. I'm sure that, it's an experience. It's a festival. It's something that I can connect with my kid with. So they asked me for 15 grand. I don't know if I got the 15 grand for that, but it's a thought. That my daughter likes Led Zeppelin, and I had gone to see Led Zeppelin. I wasn't that fortunate. I could take my daughter to go see that same concert. That's mind-blowing. Or a fucking baseball game.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah.
Baseball game that I went to where, who cares? Name of Boston Red Sox. He hit 2 home runs that game. And you happen to get $8 tickets, and the people next to you bought you beers all afternoon. And they were nice. They were from fucking Woodford, and you were from Medford, and everybody talked about Southie, And it was a fucking experience. For people to see that, they would shit their pants. What it was like when you went to a baseball game and, some motherfucker snuck in a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken, and that whole 2 seconds was eating Kentucky Fried Chicken. You're like, man, I came to this game having a bad day, and just being here, it's 80 degrees, a bird shit on me. But just the fact that you could share those experiences with your child, with your father, with your mother. Maybe your mother wanted to go see Barbara Streisand in New York City when she was going to college there, but the tickets were too expensive. We could relive that. Pick her up on a limo, take her to a thing, and forget about what AI is going to do, because they can actually have Barbara Streisand there greeting you.
Yeah, I was gonna say VR.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
No, AI is not probably not wrong. They can create people. Like they can make concerts that didn't happen. Like they could. AI is definitely gonna play a part in it. It's that would be interesting. Well, because you've talked about that for a while with comedy, with like recording the sets up to a special to see how the set was built.
I like all that stuff too, but also like these festivals that experience, brother. Take those underneath the world. Take those and 30 years from now. Go see Bird. Go see Dave Chappelle. Hold on for a second. I gotta break because I gotta talk to these people about popcorn. No fucking listen. I hate popcorn. This popcorn is gonna put you over the fucking time. We'll be right back, guys. Like I told you in the podcast, listen, there's new popcorn. I love this new company. Kudo popcorn. If you're trying to eat less garbage, especially this holiday season, you gotta try Kudo popcorn. It tastes amazing, tremendous. It has 10 grams of whey protein isolate in every bag. MMA athletes like Michael Chandler, Robbie Lawler, and Dana White love it, and for a good reason. Whey protein helps boost muscle mass, so whether you're getting ready for a big fight or just hitting the gym after work, it's going to help you reach your goals. Listen, I love the garlic parmesan, I love the white cheddar, and I love the salty sweet butter. I got a box. I thought it was like shooting itself. I put it up. It's like 10 bags of I put up just to eat one, try it as a snack. Okay, like 3 bags right off the bat. They were tremendous. And now I had a midnight snack. You know, enjoy it. I like to hit the pipe from time to time. You don't want to be eating garbage. This is the way to go. Kudo is gluten-free, preservative-free, 100% whole grain, keto-friendly, and only has 70 calories per ton. It's even made right here in the USA. Do me a favor. You'll be amazed how Kudo popcorn has somehow made your favorite healthy snack even tastier and healthier. For a limited time, our listeners get 25% off. That's 25% off when you use code JOE at KudoSnacks.com. That's 25% off with code Joey at Kudo, KUDO, snacks.com. Save some money, support the official protein popcorn, the UFC, and get pop. Popcorn is great, guys. I would buy you, but this is white cheddar. It's more full of, and again, garlic parmesan. They have one of the flavors that drove me crazy. But give it a shot. Look it up. Do what you need to do. It's Tuesday, baby. The 28th. Get your life together. Back to the podcast. We're back. Anyway, that's the look of future. I know for a fact I heard some that they're going to call it like, you know, I think it's Biggie.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. And I was thinking about like the one, like what you're talking about, like that, like you're talking about, like not just the performance, but like everything around it. It's way too long to watch the whole thing, but they did a whole documentary on Woodstock. Yeah, you actually have all that footage. Like that would be one thing to go to. Like what you're talking about, I think you're gonna have to, if you want that, you're gonna have to start interviewing people. Oh, yeah, and like. You're not interviewing anybody.
Just be, let's say, Woodstock would be a great idea to see what additional footage they have to go level before they, you know, it's a process. But if there's money involved, this could be a fucking great idea. And then you go to Woodstock, you're wearing a fucking shirt from the 60s, we shot with a week. You got flip-flops on, you got Nickelodeon down, you're going all out. The girl you're taking's got syphilis, and you get her a shot to get the syphilis from each other. I don't know, but it's just going from seeing the music and the smells. You know, some people recreate the smell, but I don't fucking know. I just know that if there was a high level Pink Floyd or it's on YouTube. Look it up, Pink Floyd The Wall, February 20th, 1980. It's on there. It's just not tape. Like you would take it. It's whatever.
Right. You want high quality, like they did it on purpose.
I want to see the sweat on his face. So at one time of the experience, I could just mist in the air. Like they do on that Disney show, the Small World After All, where you sit in the fucking chair, they take you all around the world, and you go with you, they throw sand at you, and then, you know, it's fucking tremendous. You get married, they throw rice at you. You want to have the sweat come at you? You want to have the sweat? Yeah, not with the real sweat, but just a little mist of fucking warm water. Because you're taking it by the experience. You're not even going to be able to so we get away. I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, like I said, you're paying 15 grand, 20 grand, and 10 for your kid. They can't give you, they're not going to say, sell you $100,000 project with $10 shoes on. Right. We can charge you that fucking dough. I gotta do that shit. Fuck that. I gotta make you leave there and go and do it again. Take a second mortgage on the house. Take a live under the farm.
You know, if you could recreate like an entire experience,
4 hours, 5 hours. 4 months of walking to the fucking thing. You know, and I'm not talking about VR. I'm talking about surround sound all around, screens all around. I mean, this is big money. This is podcasting.
no, I think this might be technology that doesn't exist yet too. I don't like
You know me, dog. I'm in the future. I'm taking these edibles. I'm thinking about things.
What about that one? What do you think about that?
You know, my friend told me today, I was like, wow, man, can do something that will change entertainment for fucking ever. Because if I can take a baseball game, if I can take game 5 of Cincinnati and I don't know how I would present it. I don't know if I would go to Fenway, put a 15 grand or a lot of other people. I don't know how to do it, but just to have that on the field and watch that exact game, call the Fisk and all that. I think I'd have a nervous breakdown. Because it would look back to being in that bedroom on my mother's bed watching it. Fucking crosses all over me. And I'm like, Cincinnati has to win. I'm gonna fucking die in this house. They're just gonna sacrifice me, you know. So how old were you? I was about maybe 10 or 11 or 12. But I just became a Cincinnati Red fan when I was a kid. They lost to Oakland to somebody, something happened. And I really liked them. And I just saw little World Series. Like that's one of the best teams I ever saw. We lost the Red Sox at that time. You know, they had the fucking one of the best teams ever. They just couldn't win a World Series. But that was a battle. And even to show people, like I would pay 20 grand to see all 6 games. Like, don't even take me home. 18 hours in a fucking capsule with 20 other sweaty fat dudes fucking, you know, with fucking blankets on their faces, tears rolling down. Because that's how, you know, that's what this game would mean.
now with you. And it's not necessarily fair. Like, what if we could have, like, we could plan out, I have an hour, I want to be at these 10 plays, like 20 games, like, you could just go to see, like, every cool sports moment that you ever wanted to see. You could just see that moment, that would be great. So, like,
go ahead with technology that I know hasn't been made yet. You know, I'm sorry about that, but you just see it coming. So, you know, if you think about it, listen, if I think about it, technology, me being an idiot, I can't imagine what the smart people are. So, here's my idea. We just went to a doctor's visit maybe a month ago. We're talking about, he goes, you got a couple options left with your left. Eventually, it's going to have to be redone. And he goes, I know you're a little hesitant. He goes, let me tell you something. That whole situation has changed. He goes, it's changed so much. And they put the painkiller in your kneecap now. Yeah, when it releases it, he was telling me all this shit. It's a vacuum thing. You know, not that I'm going to do it. I'm not saying I'm going to do it. He was telling me how much technology's changed since I did my rank. So, you just have to think that everything's open. I talk to guys who want to use like, and then once in a while, you guys hit me with an app, and I'm like, oh my God, that's a great fucking idea. Your own radio station, you know, your own this, your own that. You know, you sit there, I watch the fucking NFL game. I turn off the volume. Okay. Are you telling me you can do better than these guys? Let's do it. Step up to the pump, cocksucker. There's an app called genuine. Guys, that's there already. That's something. Somebody's already doing that. So any idea you may have it now, you're gonna be creative about it. You're like, well, I don't know. I don't really want to be an announcer of this strip club. I guarantee there's an app right now that there's girls on the screen somewhere in Bulgaria, and there you are coming up to the stage. It's crazy. Let's give it up for I don't even know anything about that world. But I'm assume these days. Yeah, just go, yeah, this has to exist. Because I'm an idiot and I thought about it.
It does seem like that's how they're going to be made now, but they're all like their robots that put the food down.
I can't imagine what's going to happen with podcasting. You're just going to sign up for a fucking app thing. They're going to do all this. They're going to do 1,000 things. Just do it at the house. They're going to do 1,000 things. You know, you can't imagine what's going to happen. Not that I'm going to be any good at it, you know. I don't know about that shit, but this is what's going on every day, you know.
Oh, there's a prostitute.
See, now I know they had a whole thing.
Oh, why is that?
Just because I'm talking shit. I'm talking gibberish. Fix this weekend, right? Yeah, I had Denver. Because I love Denver. Give it a song about at home on a Sunday. And then I took me out to the ball last night. I just took a chance. So let me play $7 I won on the first game, you know. That was interesting. Yeah, well, I got both, but it's really interesting. Racing around that one, two things. I mean, the last 2 weeks have been with this ankle. Listen up back. It hurts still. But yeah, you know, I got to ice it 3 times a day. I'm looking at how many steps I take. I think I might have 1,000. That's what's close up. It's been like 2 weeks now. 2 weeks on Thursday. So, and like lifting weights. Listen, my fat tummy, I'm on the fucking bike. And I'm sleeping. Sleeping great. As a matter of fact, this is like a rough place now. She's getting bigger, and now we're just November 27th. We don't stop this fucking party till Christmas Eve. It's over, you know. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
When you were talking about sports, I wanted to talk to you about the Giants quarterback. Have you heard about him?
I heard he was a bartender at home. I know he lived in his mother or something like that.
Yeah.
I know he's won 2 games with the Giants.
I think he won at least 2 games.
And, you know, like this week I tried to watch. I think you and I were on the phone for about a minute. The game was on. It was 0-0. Like, what was the over? Like 16. I didn't watch the game. I'm happy they won the Giants. I'm happy for DeVito, but if you know anything about me, I'm happy for that motherfucker. That's like a rocket star. He's living at his mother's house, making profit. And he's bartending at a fucking bar.
Yeah,
the Giants.
Let me read the quote, because when I saw this, all I could think about. He said it was a no-brainer for me. I don't have to worry about laundry when I'm eating for dinner, chicken cutlets, and all that is waiting for me when I get there. My mom still makes my bed and everything is safe. About like you, that's like your dream, the Giants quarterback.
It's a rags to riches story. Because if he wins 2 more games, somebody's going to pick him up next year. Right? And it may be the Giants, because he's a hometown from, you know, he's a Jersey boy. So, listen, he gets all my fucking respect. I'm happy, even if he doesn't win another game. No, he was a bartender. He won 2 NFL games. He's working with something. There's something there. Somebody has to pick him up and work with Giants weren't the best team in the world. It's not like he felt like the Dallas Cowboys or the Kansas City Chiefs or something like that. But fell into a hard fucking job. So I give him all the credit in the world. He lost the game. He knew that his confidence started to pick up, which is acceptable. And now he needs 2 more. And somebody will reach out next year and listen, come on over here. And you never know what this kid can do. But if the kid was a Super Bowl, really, if the Giants don't take it next year, but if this kid goes somewhere and wins a fucking Super Bowl, how great would that be? That's where I get up and go. You see, guys, nothing happens on the couch comes up.
Even if they had a Super Bowl in New York or New Jersey and he was a quarterback for the Giants,
even if they lost, that just to go from bartending to fucking stage like the Super Bowl, it's fucking amazing right now. So I'm happy for all that type of shit. I can't tell you that I sit by the TV and watch the game because then I was doing something. On the Lord's Day, I was moving around this Sunday. I've been busy, man. Really fucking busy for what's been going on in the world. You follow me? I picked up a voiceover for a kid show, a Nickelodeon show. I picked up another audition for an animated pilot. I picked up another voiceover. I picked up a regular audition for one of my favorite shows. I hope it goes, It's been fucking, I can't complain. I'm talking to the writer, hoping Wednesday get that party started. And, I do the podcast with you. I'm good. Laughing gas keeps me in fucking potato chips. It's the best beef around there. They sent me these edibles that with me. Oh my God, these tremendous edibles. They come in different flavors and shit. Yeah, I had to make 3 of them not knowing. I didn't know they wanted 75 milligrams. I took 4. Because they taste really fucking good. And I took 4 of them, and I was going to enjoy it. It was 4, I ate a half of one. I'm still fucked up. And then at night, remember I came home yesterday, and at one point I had ice on my leg. I sat down and watched something. It wasn't football. And last night before I went to bed, I went into my room. And I went to log in, but I was going to sleep. And then logged in a nap for 40 minutes. So I had the ice on my fucking foot. Because the animals took me somewhere. Like they took me so fast. You know what I'm saying? Like they would, and then it just dropped me into the fucking.
I've been there a couple times. What, like, is there gummies and stuff? What is it?
Gummies? I'll save you some. You know what I'm saying? Mixed up with the ABX.
Well, I need them. Because I went to go get some tonight, but I went and got my medical license here in Mass tonight after work. It was one of the craziest. I can't remember how to tell you. This dude was very nice. He was like a 70-something, 80-year-old doctor. He wasn't even like a history lesson of marijuana. But not the hard one, but like the medium one. He said the N word twice. Like, like not the hard one, but like the one that's still not great. He was telling me the history about it, and like the doctor, like whoever that guy was, Reaper Madness, instead of the black people were smoking. And when you just brought that word to light, and I'm like, I had to sit there because I wanted my medical license, but I didn't know what to do. Keep it on it.
Just yes and the death.
You're right. Yeah.
Good, you're right. I haven't seen Reefer Madness since I was like fucking. No. You gotta be like 13 with a propeller on your head. Watch that nonsense. It's like black and white. It's got its moments, but it's still goes Academy Award for my phone.
I just missed the doctors in LA. I I went to one up in Ventura. I spent more time in the waiting room than I did in the doctor.
Yeah, he takes your blood pressure. He makes believe he gives it.
This guy, 20 minutes on the
Yeah, no, it was great that way. The first time I got my license in like 30 minutes. You know, he was trying to cover the spread. He's asking me for a small blood. He's asking me for a small blood. The first license I got was small. And then the next time I re-upped, it was like $99. And it was $49 all day. Then it was $29 rehab. Yeah.
And now you don't have to go anywhere.
I guess. Yeah, that's right. I was coming back from Russell. Look, I Bishop. It's got a couple of buds in it. I live with them. Not going off the ramp, not smoking much. I do a freeze pipe 3 times a day, morning, late afternoon, and 10:30, not be doing times.
Not bad.
No, that's not bad. And the other, that's why I can't believe I hate it. I'm in there, and I gotta do some things. I'm in there, but I'm not locked in like that. You know how we do it, man.
No, you're not bad. Hey, you're doing a lot better money than the house.
It's 1,000 plus, because I ain't the truck apart. 2,500. I ain't the one plus. It's gonna make me one thing, so it's 16 pieces. It's the math. 60 kilograms of piece. I ain't the most. You know, who you think you're dealing with? Some fucking nonsense. I'm doing a fucking check. I gotta be tipped up. I don't show up like other people. I like rules, you know what happened. The doctor, you know they only sell pens over there.
That's why I had to get my license. They only sell 5.
5? So you ate 20 of them?
And, well, no, I had last week. That's why last week I finished up the ABX. But then you said I got 2. I go, no, I'm trying to, I had 10. I got 10 doubles. That's great. That's great.
You eat fucking fentanyl light shit. You know
I ain't fentanyl. What's fentanyl light?
So they give you fentanyl fucking full. You know what I'm saying? You got fentanyl light, fentanyl medium, and fentanyl nappy nose.
This week I have Wednesday night at Off the Rails poster, and Thursday through Saturday.
Oh shit!
I'm so excited.
That's a great club. The lady's still there.
Oh, that's great.
Good people. There's a dude there named Kevin. That's good people. What's that?
It's crazy that you remember all these names.
You have to, man. You know, after a while, it's so weird when you start to travel, and then you think of these people. Once you do a club like the second or third time, you saw it with me. You go to Irvine, you became friends at the waitstaff, and then you go and the waitstaff will be gone and somebody else there. And then one day you go to Tempe, and that waitstaff, you don't see anymore. Tempe in front, you don't even know where you are. You're in Irvine, you're in Brea. It's crazy. You become friends with them, and then you picture them as you're flying in. And I'm playing this land, you're like, oh, I remember him now. Oh, shit, all right. They text you before you land. You get the airport. Oh, I remember her. Oh, shit. This place has the board job. Oh, shit. The place is sells weed. And now it all becomes,
That's pretty awesome. And it's, I'm excited about God. This is one, like, I've heard really cool things about it. We'll just have to go. I'm really just happy to go.
He's got mushrooms and that little bit.
You saw those too?
They're like government issue.
Oh my God, that late night Friday.
Yeah, that people come back to the war, and then they get those high level ones.
They look like baseball bats.
Yeah, you're not gonna hear stuff. I read up on those things. You're not gonna hear. You're hearing from the weed. Because that's what it does. It stops your hearing farms.
Oh wait, I'm not gonna hear noises, but I'm just gonna be double yeah.
Just gonna hear like a little beep. You're like somebody shot a gun next to you. You're gonna be up. That's good.
Oh, I'm really excited.
Talking about that was kid. I can't believe you still out there pounding the fucking paper like that. Rowdy. Next time that happens. Know you young comics that are watching this. This is just a lesson, man. It's just two fucking comedians talking about fucking menus. What's next? And I'm proud of me for getting into this club. Hopefully, some love. As much as they can give them. It's a small club, and it's a big area. A lot of comics everywhere. Any area you move into now, it's going to be around a lot of comics. Everybody has the same story. Everybody knows their own feature, and so that's what you have to decide what you want to do. Take a week as an MC and get better as an MC, and meet another headliner of the feature act. You'll be friends with down the road, or where your ego takes you. I'm a headliner. I'll never MC. And then you decide from there.
I will MC for anybody.
Me too. I'll still MC for anybody. If I MC, say maybe I could MC virtually.
I know you're not going to, but
when I was working, I always MC. Even when I was trying to be a really good feature actor, Josh got a feature. I would go with him and fucking guest set for free. As long as I could sleep on the floor with a fucking blanket. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I was that type of dude. I always knew that a set would make me act much fun. Some people are not doing guest set, they have fun that night. You don't have to like them. But if you get a guest set of a guy and work a joke, that's more than whatever personal feelings you have with a guy. At one point in comedy, you gotta drop your fucking personal and just attack that motherfucker like a set. You have a goal. You gotta hit realize a fucking section here. You're telling me you don't get along with the guy. You don't like him because he busted your balls once. You know how you bust his balls over there around that wall. Go in there and hit the fucking doors and then walk past the door. Follow that bitch. Sorry about that. I got emotional. I talked about that shit.
and then like that's your advice. That's crazy.
That's my advice. I told you, man, the biggest lessons I learned was a booker in Seattle. God rest her soul. Right somewhere where she just didn't like me. She told a friend of mine, I'm not going to book her today. I told her. But she had 20,000 rooms. And I couldn't take that answer. So I knew she didn't like me. The reason that I done the new standard. And I called her every Wednesday and said, by the way, listen. Yes, sir. What are you going to say? Oh, yeah. And she would be angry. And I knew it burned her up. And I would go every once a week. I did one of them. Even the club owners who we haven't seen. That was never bad. I don't know. She just started to put me down. Hopefully you'll get a little more. I knew I would never be back in that club. But it didn't matter. I was getting better. It was like a 4-month run. I just did 100 once a week. It burned her because she didn't like me for something specific. That had nothing to do with our comedy. And I had a few. She didn't want to pay me. I didn't want to pay me. I'm still going in there doing motherfucking guest.
And then it's just interesting kind of deal with people might not like you. But yeah, I get kind of nervous about it, but I guess I'm kind of nervous about like that's why I think I'm so stuck on a specific set. I just wanted to do well. Like I get so in head with this stuff.
Yeah, we showcase what I'm doing. Getting the set up. So even if I got a set that I'm afraid to get away from, that's cool. I understand that. I want you to try something. Because if you have that much confidence in your set, you're going to have, if it's an 8-minute set, I want you to slip it at the 4-minute mark after you're already like, feel how the joke feels. Because you only try it at an open mic. There's 8 people. But now you're going to try it in front of an audience that likes you. There's more than 30 people there. And then if the joke goes forward, there you go. Let them know. If it doesn't, you got your 4 minutes to close up with it. You have so much confidence. I always want you to get something out of the fucking set. Always take something from that set. You're bombing. That's why you turn on the improv for a second. Make sure that improv works and don't get angry. Because if you open up that field, don't get angry when the guy clobbers you. But if you're there for 20 minutes, you're in a bar, you're doing 20 minutes, you have 10 mark, and giggling and starting to say shit. You gotta do a heck of a bar with him. No, not that he's funny. I don't want you to put the comedy turn into an effort. I want you to say something wrong, and now you turn the audience on you for sure. And that's a mistake a lot of young comics make. Fuck you, man, I'm never coming to this dump again. Wrong answer. You didn't have it from the beginning. Don't let your ego get in front of you. You didn't have it from the beginning. You're trying to bail yourself out. Now at the end, you dump on the place. You dump on the host. You dump on any other comedian. Fuck you. You left the guy keep working. You just blew your fucking whole night. I want you to go out there and leave there on your feet. It's okay to have a bad set. That's what's great about it. What's great about that fucking bowl now that does comedy at midnight. You don't like to go to because everybody's drunk. Well, you make such a bag of dicks here, you might as well go down there and earn your fucking strength. There's always an answer to the bone. Do not be scared to bone, please. Once you take that safety net off, comedy career goes 80% on it. Don't be scared to bone. Common mistake of young comedians that I did it for years was once you lose it, was to panic. Never panic. Take a step back and go back to basics. You find yourself, well, this ain't working. I guess I gotta stop fucking with that one now. And just take it when something else comes to your mind. Don't let them see you sweat. Correct?
I've never thought about it like that, but it makes sense. It explains why some sets have gone bad.
Absolutely. At one point in your career, 5, 6 year level, it's time to take the safety net off. It's time to work different. It's time to go up there to bone.
Stop there to bone?
Yeah, go up there to bone. I want you to go up there and see how it is to really bone. You've already established yourself. Now go up there and see what it's really like to bone. How you guys doing today? Look at you, where you coming from? Oh, your wings are tired. Just go up there and see the real feeling of the bone. And get off, giggle about it. You'll go, wow, that's what it feels like to bone. That ain't that bad. I'd rather do that than rely on my material for 10 years because I'm scared to take a fucking chance.
That freaks me out so much. Like, have you heard of people say it's an intrusive thought? It's like when you're driving over a bridge and you're going, oh, so you have to drive off a bridge. I've thought before going on stage, sometimes I'm like, it's freaking me out, that maybe I should just stay, like, really eat shit on
purpose. Just because it's gonna go quite bad anyway. But like,
maybe sure. But I also, when you go to these open mics, it's like being died. You know what it's like? It's like being a fighter and training before the fight. I take you aside and go, wait, we got a problem tonight. We got a problem. We gotta go down the third round. Not the fourth round, the third. We gotta take one for the team. You know, we got your back. We got ourselves into a situation.
Yeah, but at least hopefully in that case, like maybe only get one punch to the face. You're not bombing on purpose for 10 minutes.
We got into a bunch of stuff. We're not here. It's just to have fun. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
No, but like, I can't think I can go up and bomb on purpose.
That's why it's so interesting how I turned the bomb away. Guy, young comics, medium comics. This is how I didn't give a fuck. I lived in Seattle at the 6 to 7 year mark. There were nights I went up to the bar and I nailed myself out. I put myself out. And then I took myself out. That takes a couple of weeks. Let's have some fun in your career, because that takes a couple of weeks. And then you learn how to maintain it. Like, you know, before they say, before a tomato comes up, you gotta use your dodging skills. Now you gotta learn how to work them back in. But you motherfuckers got to, you know, you're dealing with blah, 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 blah. You start talking, get them excited, and then you hit them and boom, you win them over. Then now you're like, see, you motherfuckers, I was fucking all over the Robert Street. I was just trying shit on you. Explain your point, forget on them. Then you get the fuck out of there. Joy Banana, you think you got some fucking novice here?
I never even thought about that. You would build bad jokes into your set so that the good jokes would get like hit harder. Like evil genius, like come on.
I love all
have bad jokes in here.
Yeah, you want to talk chicken? I'll talk chicken with you motherfuckers. You know, dog, I took a lot of, when I go to these rooms that didn't matter, I still respect the comedy, but I go off the deep end. How do you think I got that confidence to do that in the comedy school? Because I never did it before. Because no, that's what you need. That's what's going to sell you your character. Going back to just being yourself. So tonight you're on the paper and write out the best version of yourself. How would you tell me to suck your cock? I want you to write it 20 different ways. I want you to write it angry and I want you to write it funny. I'm going to laugh at it. This is the music of words. This is where you start to learn tone. What do you mean by tone? How to use your voice. Like volumes, heavy, like the steamroller, like the pull back a little bit. Just pull some jabs out.
And like how many like let's say for example like I was building. Let's say you had this joke and you could either pull back or steam. And like how would you do each time to each how would you decide what was the best?
See where they go. Listen, once you cemented the joke for a weekend, once you did the joke in Kansas City for a weekend, fucking cemented the joke. Now it's got to go somewhere. Now you got to start adding things to that. And now that's where the beauty really starts. Anybody can write the joke. Like me, I would always write the joke. But I really looked at that with beauty. Try to turn it into storytelling. We'll get to that some other fucking podcast. Just learn how to bomb gracefully. That's the most important fucking thing. You've already felt what a good set feels like. Now you gotta feel a fucking bad set looks like. what a bad sex feels like. And know this, that you'll learn how to never feel that way by learning how to control your sex. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck where you start. It's where you finish. And it's not a fucking race, it's a marathon. Some of the best comics I've ever seen are comics that can hold their attention and talk and just gracefully go into a joke. Anybody could machine gun you like me. Anybody could tell a story. There's guys with real brass. We'll get to those later. Good luck this week with your sets, cocksuckers. I love you guys. Stick around. I gotta talk to you about Manscaped because I'm ashamed of that. The check-in is brought to you by Manscaped. It's time to look nice even if you've been naughty. Manscaped makes sure your grooming is in check with a fresh launch just in time for the holiday season. Their new performance package 5.0, the Lawnmower 5.0, Ultra Body Trimmer, the Weed Whacker 2.0, and the Ear and Nose Hair Trimmer, their Crop Soother Aftershave Lotion, which is tremendous, by the way, and their Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant that attracts them like a puppet. Listen, I love this stuff. It's stronger than ever, this stuff is there. My white hairs, they just fly off now. It's tremendous. And the Weed Whacker for the ear, cuts right through everything. Wax, stomach, and juice, your nose hairs. Thank God there's no coconut no more. This thing will cut right through us. Little cut things like Nito in New Jack City. Anyway, the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra does all the heavy lifting with 2 next generation blade heads. It's even waterproof, so you can knock it out of your shaving routine while you shower. Who's better than you? Manscaped, get 20% off with free shipping right now this holiday season with code Joey, Joey, at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping. At manscaped.com, use code JOEY, Joey. Listen, it's the perfect grip for grandpa. His hands are longer than that. He's been praying at home. He's got to cut my little stuffy roots here. Don't buy it. The check-in is also brought to you by Stamps.com. Listen, if you're a business owner like Elvis doing, and you have a slate of deliveries this Christmas, you need Stamps.com. Stamps.com is your own personal post office. Wherever you are, all you need is a computer and a printer. That's it. Print your own posters at discount up to 84% off the U.S., PS, and UPS rates at Stamps.com. We'll even let you know the cheapest and fastest shipping options to help you save even more. I'm back. If you want to save time as well as money, you can even schedule package pickup from the Stamps.com dashboard. It couldn't be any easier. So do me a favor, give your business the gift of Stamps.com so your mailing and shipping is covered this holiday season. I don't care how small or big your business is. Stamps.com is the way to go. Sign up for promo code Joey for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, plus free postage at a digital scale. No long-term commitment to contract. Just go to Stamps.com, click the microphone at the top of the page, and press in code Joey.
Able to incapacitate a packet quick on 40 minutes. making us in the process Hamas now blown up in our faces. That was the name of the article. India reported it, America also reported it, and like you guys were mentioning, we supported and funded the Taliban, ISIS, and now Hamas. America also just came out in the news as a quote-unquote secret base, and we're talking about it right now, so it's not that secret, but 20 miles from Gaza, just got exposed on the news where we have thousands of U.S. troops already there, and it costs $20 million, and the purpose of the base was to prevent an attack, and they're like, give Israel information to prevent an attack. We knew before 9/11, before it happened, we knew about Pearl Harbor before it was going to happen. Both times I used that as an excuse before Sumter. Abraham Lincoln did the exact thing that the South said not to do. I was talking about citizens of the war, and he did that. He moved the troops to Fort Sumter, and that's what crisis initiation was. After Boston, represented the White House, it said all of this by William Policy Forum in Washington, D.C., September 21st, 2012, to explain how we use these events to escalate the war with people that don't want to fight with us. And part of the problem is that that's our money. That's American taxpayer money. Also, with the elections that you were mentioning, the other people have, what happened in 2006, 40% of God's population was under 14 years old. So half the people that were voting with American taxpayer money wasn't even alive during an election. And in the international news right now, in the last couple months, yes, American experts facing phishing votes on international television. Like it's Vietnam. They're watching mainline massacres before our eyes. Every patient is exploded. What's that number? We got much yesterday for the energy experts is very simple. You know, the only thing we need to ever focus on is the reason why we got into Iraq. You know, that's one of the clearest, most examined examples of moving the American nation from being completely uninterested in Iraq to suddenly thinking that we were going to go off into a mushroom cloud, you know, because Iraq, there was no such thing. It's been in the nuclear facility for 10 years, but it ain't a nuclear facility, so it was just wild. But if you want something that really resonates to lead up to the Iraq war, really the big lesson. So I also want to say something that we blame and incompetent giant organizations for being super smart and planning things. To the other side, yes, it looks like this is a plan, but in actual fact, even if you know every piece of 9/11, we expect to correct it. You know, who's listening to you? So one of my friends called up my argument for the FBI. He said, this guy is you. He doesn't hang out at the house. He's just this guy. He's trying to learn how to fly. He doesn't know why. And he went to the FBI. And that is why. And he was an FBI informant. And the guy at the FBI said, you know, we're looking for mass lynching, like training in prison. So if you're looking for extremists, they're not looking for locals. There's this guy. Yeah. But I mean, it's very simple looking backwards, but at the time, it's just a lot of things going on at the same time. And then the Saddam Hussein case, had he not gone into Kuwait, he'd still be around, wouldn't he? Well, okay, so another example of a perfect was George Bush Sr. going in, demonstrating, Saddam Hussein died, completely wiping it out, and leaving. Which then hated Americans, like, let's finish it, go all the way, let's get that out of here. And I forget how many questions they have, but they're getting them. And we kind of heard what Saddam Hussein. So those two points are worth looking at is the calculated way to finish this expedition and the impact. But to believe these things correct, because apparently the USA said last week that I've got to stop Kuwait from drilling and taking out oil. I got to stop them. She basically said we're not going to get involved in various conflicts. So I think that's historically when you look at Iraq's borders, you look at Kuwait, you really care about things that are close to peace because these people were flank drilling, et cetera, et cetera. We just wanted to engage them. And at the same time, you know, when I was in Iraq, the Iraqis told me that they wanted me because we saw on TV that the Iraqis thought I was American, the Americans surrounded, and they left. So it's quite amazing. Rob, let's stay in touch with us. I love your analysis and you're a good guy for us. So let's Robert, you're on cell phone, website, annual enrollment period. So we're not making one easier with no touch online tools or over-the-phone support. Share with options for options so you can see the plan that's out there. This is Medicare Made for California, trusted everywhere. Explore our white paper plan by calling Medicare today at 1-855-ECHP. That's 1-855-ECHP. Annual enrollment begins October 15th and ends December 7th, so call today. From the creator of Up and Down to the new full-time weekly podcast series, take each episode of Topic to Death, Food, and Lumpy and Death to take it back all things crime, life, mystery, and science. Based on everything I've been doing, I think that the guys know something. I don't know if it's radio, but I think there is something out there that they know. Listen to Talking to Death on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. On that, you won't die. If you're looking to get out of your house, right now you're on the news, or maybe you're very wealthy, now what can you do? You can go to a real estate agent, 6%. You're told clean and cheap, repair, buyers can walk through, pristine. If you don't live there, you don't need a lot. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that exposure? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business planning and whether it's just their highly rugged to their business. Now, a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 tax stand or closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-2427-sell, 844-2427-sell, DirectBuyers.com. I'm attorney Gary Capanoso, founder of 1-800-LOW-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-LOW-COP, because no one will screw his up. You're doing that sort of thing. 1-800-LOW-COP. My dad was the first one who operated in the industry. You weigh about 300 pounds, and I sat there and I told him, I didn't know, you guys are over here. You didn't know where the people were supported rolling with the rest of the leaders. You still got to do yourself. And you're a huge truth with the big driveway. Why quarter seven? Yeah, my day of mine. And the market is the time on the iHeartRadio app. There are two kinds of people in life. People saying, I'm going to get this done, I'm going to get it done, simply because they got up in the morning and do the work because it's necessary. And then there's the kind of folks that, no, I already have some problems doing this, and then there's that. And we want to take the weekend drive. Now, granted, we have always been on the drive this day, I can do it. Wednesdays, 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and the Market Around anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. AM 640, more stimulating talk. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Floyd. We're talking back with us from where the forecast called Texas, tracing the origins of West Coast UFOs. We're going to go live to stream the Fox AM in just a minute on Coast to Coast AM. If you haven't been on our phone, you need to be on the lookout for real estate frauds involving identity theft or criminal users tactics for phishing, phone scam, optical Wi-Fi, tattooing, gangster driving, mail theft, mysterious personal information. Those that can offer your information in hand, they can attempt to steal property titles, forge deeds, and take on mortgages in your name. It's so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerous for you when they try to criminals to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy, though, like last I knew. With loss protection and your future, credential identity theft can be not spot on your own. Always sticking out in your name. Sign up to ootd, pretending to be you. If you become a victim of identity theft, the investigative USA Investigation Specialist off the first tier, this one is so good. So 1-800-LIFELOCK. Lifelock.com. Use promo code GOLD for 35% off. This holiday season, give the gift of peace of mind and protection to your loved ones. Give the bonus type prevent blockers. That's ViralRabbi. Around the holidays, there's a 20% increase in crime. Get a reliable tool that spreads potential threats in the opposite direction. Get a bonus. Designed for easy use by anyone with powerful deterrents like tear gas and kinetic rounds. Bonus to incapacitate attackers just before you win. Do you work the night shift? Make sure you have protection through its time and provide self-defense to your family while you're away. Burma is the solution everyone can get behind. Legal in 50 states, no payments for background checks required. I personally own the Burma SC launcher, a great complement to my firearms. I recommend you invest in one for yourself and some families like that. Burma is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit Burma.com/store now and exclusive 20% discount. Choose Burma for peace of mind and protection. That's BYRMA.com/store. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. There's hilarious listeners out there with us. Was born in London, has lived in Spain since 1991, where he teaches English. He started his journey exploring UFO history in his early teens and has collaborated with some of the best minds in the field. He's the founder of the historical research group called November Exchange, an international project that represents 12 countries. He's an author, co-author of a number of books, including Wonders in the Sky of West LA, Madonia, Asphalt, Alien Artifacts and Saucers, and lectures widely and regularly contributed to programs in both English and Spanish to communities back on Facebook. Hello, Phil. Hi there. How's it going? Here. Hi, guys. Looking forward to this. And tell me a little bit about the English speaking. Are the folks in Spain really wanting to learn English? Oh, yeah. I mean, English is such an important language these days. Well, when I first arrived here in 1991, it's French. Everybody wanted to learn French. And most people studied French at school. But what happened over the next few years is that English started to spread around the world so quickly through TV and, of course, the internet with the massive revolution. And these days, if you don't know English, you can't get a job. So I can speak to people all over the country. There is a new politician. Right now, the mayor of Madrid, a woman called Isabella Yusof, used to be my student, used to make coffee and cakes for me in the morning here in her house. And that was great. And I ended up giving classes to film directors. These days, if you don't know English, it's really get very quiet in the world. Rather thirsty. But how did you get interested in UFOs? Well, when I was about 13, 14 years old, I found an old paperback book on a market school, and it was by Eric von Däniken. We found it at the market school, and I thought, wow, this is interesting. And at the time, I was collecting Marvel comics. But it was so similar in a sense, the idea of these dots coming from some other planets to keep mankind, and I thought, wow, that reminds me of Thor and the Asgardians. Let's get into it that way, I suppose. And then I realized that there was a lot more to it than met the eye. The idea of ancient civilization coming into contact with alien creatures, it just fascinated me as a child. And then, of course, I began watching Battlestar Galactica and a lot of these 1970s TV series explored the same thing. And I thought, I want to get deeper into this. And then when I was 18, I went to the States. I was in California and in Minnesota visiting different UFO writers. And since then it's been a big part of my life. The picture in your book are fantastic, I like this. Okay, thank you very much. Well, this book, I tried to relate some things that would entertain driven self-publishing, it gives you that kind of freedom to play with the text a lot more, and you can become really creative. It started in 1947, a very important year. We had Roswell in July, but in June 47, Canavano, British was the sire, a number of fake UFOs, flying taxis, basically started with them. That's right, because when you look at UFO history, you've got to start right at the beginning. And really, Canavano was a kind of cultural hero, even iconic figure in the history of ufology. If it hadn't been for his writing, he probably wouldn't be here talking about UFOs today. So he saw these 9 weird objects from his private airplane as he was flying over Washington State. And it excited him so much because they reminded him of terrestrial technology, maybe something more advanced than we've been using on Earth. And he felt that it was his responsibility to report it, which is exactly what he did. So when he landed, he went to the offices of the East Oregonian newspaper and said what he'd seen. Of course, this was a time of there was a lot of paranoia in that period because this was just after World War II and it was the start of the Cold War. So, yeah, he felt that it was his responsibility and duty to tell people what he'd seen. Do you think he saw this? It's such a difficult question. There's so many theories. I mean, I'm 100% convinced he saw something. This was a very honest man, a very sincere man. He was definitely confused by what he saw. The statements he went on to make were a little bit contradictory. So we're talking about a guy who didn't take a photograph of what he saw. He didn't make a claim immediately. I don't know. I suppose whatever they are, whether they were told by intelligent beings or some other kind of phenomenon, I mean, I don't think they're here to interpret it. I just hope they're not here to decentralize. Exactly, yeah. In 1947, the man was a study. When he was released of what he did, was he welcomed in open arms or was he ridiculed? What happened to his life? Yeah, it is a massive impact on his life because at the beginning, he was ridiculed and believed. He was a negative mistake, and people were fascinated by his story. They wanted to know more. People all over the country started sending him letters, contacting him for every means possible. But this had a big impact on his family life too. I mean, his kids were a little bit singled out at school, and they're the children of the guys from the Martians. I mean, there's this famous line just after his sighting when Kenneth Arnold was sitting in a cafeteria, and a woman came in and pointed at him and said, "There's the guy before the Martians," and she ran out. So, I mean, there was quite a lot of paranoia at the time, and no one was used to the idea of UFOs landing on aliens being seen in the sky. So, I mean, a lot of other people thought it might be enemy technology that sent by the Russians, the Japanese, even the Nazis. Of course, we're talking about the time just after World War II, so no one really knew what to make of it all. You have had 7 chapters from each of historical UFO events. I've always wondered, Chris, if the Bible is making reference to UFO visitations when they talk about Solomon. What do you think? Yeah, there's a theory about that. More interestingly, this theory, as I said in my previous book, Alien the published last November, people have been talking about that for 150 to 200 years. This idea that perhaps it could reinterpret the Bible as a kind of guidebook to alien civilizations and beings throughout the mean, if you do want to believe that the Bible references UFOs and aliens, you're functioning in that sense, because a lot of intellectuals and philosophers have speculated in that way over the centuries. So, yeah, I could certainly watch more videos of alien artifacts to get the details on that. You wrote a book called Wonders in the Sky with a dear friend of ours, Dr. Jacques Vallée, and tell us a little bit about that. Yeah, so I started this research project in the WSA in April 2003, and it was almost the first member we ever had because she was attracted to the idea of historical UFOs, not because of massive anyway. Okay, the first email that I ever sent in my life was in 1997. I learned this to my friend Jack Phillips, and his wife, and he was very happy to help me with my own project on historical UFOs. So in the year 2005, I went to Portugal, and where I was sent, there was a conference about aftermath transition at the time. It was great. I had dinner with him and his wife, Jenny, who's the Philip guide, and he said, let's do something together. Then we began putting this book together, Wonders in the Sky, which actually, when you publish it, you knew it was going to be a first draft. It's so difficult to find 500 good UFO items from history that you can really sort of discern as probable anomalies. But anyway, we put it together saying we might have to revise it in the future. And then we did, of course, a few years later, and we made a hardback version of it. I don't have to make a new version of that book in the next year or two. I'm working on it now, in fact. But it's great because it's the first time that you can see the UFO landscape of our ancestors. You can see how this phenomenon was so common in the ancient past, and how basically what we see today can be found in ancient chronicles. If UFO books have gone into such detail as we did in Wonders in the Sky, we need to make a corrected version, an expanded version. Yeah, that's something that we're going to work on together, I think. You discussed the possibility that the military would discuss flying saucers years before the Pentagon 1947 segment. Well, there is some thing here because on the one hand, yeah, there were UFO sightings at the beginning of the 20th century, and even towards the end of the 19th century, that had sort of captured military interest. That's fascinating because we don't associate military interest with something from such a long time ago. So, another discovery that I made was that the expression flying saucer didn't originate in 1947 It's something from the 1880s. It was invented for a totally different reason, actually related to sport. But the interesting thing is around 1943, 1944, the US Army was using flying saucers, expressing flying saucers to describe coexist, which they used to train their gunners for them to fight Nazi planes over Germany. And so the actual expression itself, flying saucer, was very much related to the military world in the 1940s, before 1947. And that's one of the main discoveries I published in this book, Saucers. In your book, Saucers, what is the main thing you wanted people to grasp and get? Well, what I wanted to stress is that UFOs are a fascinating thing in history. This kind of story is really long overdue. There's been no contact about where this comes from. If we have any interest at all in the world of UFOs, we should know how this started, when this started, When Canada will finally pass, do you know you will feel satisfied with what is going on in the field of ecology, or was he still frustrated? It was pretty frustrated most of his life. I spoke to his daughter, Carol, about this. I read every interview the other day. At the beginning, he was pretty frustrated because no one seemed to listen to him. Everyone said that they were being taught to take action, and that's not what he was being taught. So he said that all the courses that he wanted to have been situated in this was that he didn't shape himself. And then by the time he died, you do know as you get older, he accepted that maybe the field was stranger than even he was ever imagined. But I think he was quite frustrated that people had never listened to him properly, that they had received no sense about what he could experience. And it wasn't his fault, it was journalistic mistakes that he went through along with the surrounding him and his experience. So, I think that I think he would have liked to have read this book himself because it was very much his thing. He would have found this book. I think so, because one of the things I did was having been doctored for was to correct every single statement he made about the shape of the object, because apart from the speed and everything else, it's the shape that determines how we perceive UFO in the modern world. So I corrected every one of his statements he ever gave on what these objects look like. I put them in the book in a fun way, in a way that the reader can actually read themselves and reach their own conclusions. And so you could see exactly what he said. We're going to take a short break, but we'll come back to chat more. First, the first name. The Earth website is now completely optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast Insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coastoftheday.com on your iPhone or Android browser. I'm Brett Pettis, KPFI 24 newsroom. A broken main sewer line that has 95,000 gallons of sewage into the ocean in Orange County. Research on outflows in Dakota Beach from Dakota Avenue to Blue Lagoon until further notice. Former diplomat and political scientist Henry Kissinger has died. He passed away at his home in Connecticut. Kissinger served as National Security Advisor and later as the U.S. Secretary of State under both Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford. He was 100. The plan was asked the U.S. military to ground all Osprey aircraft after a fatal crash yesterday. The Pentagon says 8 people were on board, at least 1 death has been reported. And McDonald's brings back its popular adult turkey meal starting December 11th. Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy skies, looking highs in the 60s. Right now, 56 in Anaheim, which is the overnight 54. 51 in Pasadena, and it's 58 degrees in Redondo Beach. Really closer in the KFI 24 newsroom. I'm Bree Pettis. It's the Equation, the 101 North Central, what's wrong with two left-lane split between the 134 and Dakota that I'm taking with the state. It's just 6 a.m. and it's slowing down right now. We've got a big freeze on the Central County southbound. There's an accident on the Archery Road, southeast of Elkhorn, if you heard. And we're doing it again. Final southbound between Sandal Parkway and the 73. There's a work zone there. It's got the partial and left lane closed until 6 a.m. Slowing down to Oakland. Too high in the sky. Keep it open. We got a minute. things that they know. Listen to Talking to Dad on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Odds are you won't die. Hey, Steve, you know, for years now, I have told you that there are only two types of solar companies in Southern California. Sunlight and everyone else. And here at PBS Network, please be right. The state is now free of the newest addition to the Sunlight family. All guys with all the time on the roof, dealing with roofers, Sunlight knows how rare it is to find a roofer worthy of your trust. Their answer, a symbol of green team of the finest roofing professionals in Southern California. And all of our guys with any roof, any style, from repairs to full replacement, decades of roofing expertise and BAS certified. When the question is where to find a roofer worthy of your trust, the answer is also safeguarding homes one roof at a time. To oversee your roof, contact the green team at All Guys Roofing for a free estimate today. Or just a click away at allguysroofing.com. All Guys Roofing. That's CFW 11076. Pay us off. Pay us according. Pay us off. Pay us according. Never miss your favorite guest roof offer ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. Check out paranormalbase.com/seniors for people that relate to you, things like you do, and are 60 plus. So check it out, paranormalbase.com/seniors. And now, of course, there's something for you to build up your instinct. Copyright.com and Dr. Alan Wright are 4 decades of experience in accurate products for the simple simple illness like I work with your body's stem cells to assist immune system. See Dr. Wright at home, whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low body, stress, sleep control, or your age. It can support us by reducing inflammation, clearing the body, heal itself. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is HWC, that is what it needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorder, osteoporosis, even fatty liver, are chronic signs of inflammation. From the age of 30, the body will be able to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of getting the cells to adaptogen together, supporting the body to be healthy. Dr. Maya, how do I feel after taking this adaptogen? The industry is leaving out an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You could adapt to your small computer within 30 minutes. Go to now, it's 24 wellness system, Dr. Ray, protection and 25 and will make you feel better faster. The 25 wellness kit with adaptogen and ginseng and your super relaxer is only available Sports all free at 800-563-3980. 700-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code DOORS for free shipping. Doors is spelled ironically at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
So you remember the former comic book, The Good Guys and the Bad Guys battling it out in the future of the universe where fun and adventure has returned to comics and graphic novels from those fans of marvelous entertainment. Based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvel Sunderland, playing comics creator Andy Fish and his team got together with that sense of wonderment. He said, let's turn these novels into comics, and that's what they do. I mean, they got it from space adventures, humor, romance, to downright thrilling. We now offer free blind membership option that gives you access to behind-the-scenes content. Free comics and other memberships that provide access to promotional and bonus items like secret recordings, confidence in even the fun fact news that continues to bring on the scene. Join the exciting new titles like ROTHSCHILD, Planet Planets, Space Rangers, Tales of Singularity, and the hit animated The Baggage Junior. Just go to iRabbit.com and spell IWAGGIT. iRabbit.com will blast off on your favorite thing. Or you could go to six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved. You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement rate of six-figure income for 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Jeff, just best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Bogey Book. In this film, a comic and Nobel Prize winning PhD share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk because the market crashes. That's right, the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track with shifted money to this new strategy, as it increases their retirement income, but can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, Saving Boomer Bonus, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value game. Call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind the scenes footage. All you need is shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Moore with Coach Albert. We'll take calls to Chris next hour here on Coast to Coast. First, we talk a little bit about the editor of the Emerging Stories magazine, Ray Coleman. He was a friend of his, was he not, of Jeff Teal? Well, that's funny. Well, Jeff Teal isn't the opinion of the great honor. I would say that he's a number one decline culture. I mean, we know that that's not really true, but Ray Coleman did have a significant influence on the popularization of fine sources and on those sources and these pictures. And his interest in semifinal fashion was often by chance, because Coleman did some extraterrestrial visits to Earth each year. When he heard about Arnold's experience as a potential evidence for his theory, that what is not true that time actually invented flying saucers, he could say that he reinvented Kenneth Arnold in a sense, because he reshaped Arnold's perception of his own process. So, I mean, in a sense, yeah, John Hughes was right. I had a massive influence on the field, but UFOs had existed before that. What do you think, Chris, of the alien abduction phenomenon? Well, that's a fascinating question, too. I did a documentary for the History Channel several years ago where I mentioned how alien abduction is so similar to demonology and witchcraft reports from the 15th century. There was a book called The Malleus Maleficarum. I believe it was published in 1484. Very long time ago now. Where they describe how the aliens came to us in drastic people with witches, and it's very, very similar things there. We're talking about sort of sexual things and as with children, all that kind of thing. And then there's a mistress called Jane Lamb, who was born in the 17th century in London, and her experiences were very similar too. She sometimes described UFOs, flying
There's a really big movie about Indian contact in that period. So I think he would be one of the fewest witnesses that have interviewed. Although, you can get something one from the press, even in that period, because there was also a sighting in San Diego in October 1946 of what people believed was a spaceship. I don't even think he heard about that thing. So, yeah, as a kind of an iconic figure in the history of mythology, I'm really happy to have put the story together. Really interesting. How did it become so well-known story? When he approached the officers of the Greek Oregonian the next day, they just gave him 5 minutes time. No lengthy if you really better. And they made a quick report to today's newspaper. But later on in the day, the officers of the Oregonian were inundated with calls from across the country. People wanted to know more. What happened? Well, this aviator, Stephen the Sky. And it became so popular that William Beckett ran off to Cayetano's hotel room in the afternoon and said, please give me more information. So they spent 2 hours together, and it all came out. And then that's when the farmers said seeing that big object in the sky. Unfortunately, when William Beckett made a reference to object to the Associated Press, he omitted that detail, and everybody reached the wrong conclusion that farming was seeing a disc-shaped object. Interesting. There's no question that once they started realizing how popular it was, the little article that recovery was in the first place expanded into a bigger story, didn't it? Yeah, that's right. And then it became bigger and bigger. So, in just 2 or 3 weeks, it became a celebrity. He was so inundated with calls and experts from everywhere in the country. He felt that he was going mad. He always said that he never regretted reporting what he'd seen, but he handled it slightly differently because he was an accountant, but he found himself at the center of this UFO controversy, and there had never been a UFO controversy before. He was the main witness. But then, of course, as the weeks rolled by, people would put their own stories. Ufologists estimate about 8,000 sightings happened in that period. Of course, people lost interest in our story, which is a shame because we're talking about the first witness, probably the best one. How old was he when he had his first sighting, you know? Yeah, he was 41. So he was actually quite young. So 42, I believe that's right. Yeah, so he was very young when he thought that he could actually be a football star. I mean, at college, he was already quite well known, but for completely different reasons. When he died in 1984, I believe, he was 60 years old. Was that what he was remembered as primarily? Yeah, of course, yeah. Having spoken to members of his family, I can see the amazing legacy he left behind. They have tattoos about their grandfather and contact with the actual UFO that he sees, sort of present-day subject. And people remember Kenneth Arnold for this reason. He's almost a kind of spiritual figurehead in the UFO world. Unfortunately, people don't know the story very well, and that's the whole reason I wrote this book, so people can find out what he really said about the sighting happening. Do you know UFO writer James Hunter? Yes, that's right. He's written a story about Arnold too, and I'm not that familiar with it. I never reviewed it. No, I you had wanted to interview Snowball when he was alive, what would you ask? I expected him, why did you start changing your story from the 1950s onwards? Because there was a point in which you began to describe the object slightly differently. I think that he was influenced by Ray Palmer and the US Post Office at the time was evolving so quickly. We don't remember what had happened, fading or slightly twisted. I would say please sit down and draw exactly what you saw, but draw none of them because it's such a controversy about whether they were all the same shape, which is one with red strokes. I mean, I really wish I had a tiny chance at the whole afternoon and just confidently completely go over it again and again and again and to draw exactly what you saw. Yes, you saw for a moment of notoriety in those days. Yeah, I mean, it's something that not uncommon and very common, to be honest, because when I think it's centered, I think for the whole world. At the beginning of the book, Sources, I talked about a bar in Cadiz, which is the most coastal town in Spain, and about how they changed the name of the bar from La Botella, as a cocktail, to Los Platillos Volantes, flying saucers. And so the impact, the impact of what it's called is so massive that it's spread all across the world. So in just a few years, bars and pubs and restaurants were opening in every country with the name Flying Saucers. Because, I mean, the only way that could possibly happen would be if the average achieved celebrity status. And we're talking about a time when only movie stars reached that level. That, so the impact of Muhammad culture will outlive whatever average relationship, whatever black book that we do in the future, because the whole world is destroyed by California in that story. We're going to take a short break and come back at the top of the hour and take Flashlight with you. As we talk to you about your book, Doctors, Tracing the Origins of This Great Beautiful.